She's a beautiful angel, sent from above. Her name is Kira Nimiko. Everyone loves her. She twitches, she touches, I think I'm in love. She's a magical girl, she makes me dumb. Am I going crazy? Am I losing it? Feels so good to feel so brainless and stupid. Kira Nimiko. She's a nerd, she's a scholar, a gifted talent with intelligence. Professor Baka, hey wait, that's me. Professor Baka Nimiko. He taught me equals MC squared. I thought it, God, I'm just so dumb. Professor Baka, that's me. Professor Baka. She's a beautiful angel, sent from above. Her name is Kira Nimiko. Everyone loves her. She twitches, she touches, I think I'm in love. She's a magical girl, she makes me dumb. Am I going crazy? Am I losing it? Feels so good to feel so brainless and stupid. Kira Nimiko. She's a nerd, she's a scholar, a gifted talent with intelligence. Professor Baka, hey wait, that's me. Professor Baka Nimiko. He taught me equals MC squared. I thought it, God, I'm just so dumb. Professor Baka, that's me. Professor Baka. She's a beautiful angel, sent from above. Her name is Kira Nimiko.
Hi, Penny! Thank you for staying up. Gosh, now I'm yawning. Are you guys looking forward to all the fun stream stuff? Gotta watch for at least an hour. Well, that's a good question. There's a maker who's pretty well known in the community, and she released a model for like starting VTubers, and it's really super customizable. And I decided to give it a try. I wanted to look a little bit more mature, a little bit more grown up. And I couldn't quite customize the shape of the face, but I was able to like do the mouth, the eyes. So I tried to get it to look as much like my other model as possible, just a little bit more grown up. And of course, I can do way more things with the hair. The expressions are amazing. Like I can even stick out my tongue now. And I can do things like this. I see what you're up to. So I like it. It's sort of fun. It's sort of fun. It's a little bit more responsive to like moving around. I can actually do that, which my old model couldn't. And just a lot more options. A lot more dress options, a lot more top options. I'm addicted to this little collar that I have on right now. So cute. Yeah, lots of fun stuff like that. How did your week go, Teddy? And hi, Nico. I'm not ignoring you. Hi, Nico. I'm so happy all you guys stay up for me. That makes me feel so good. And and I did here. I'll even show you this. I've been coming up with some different costumes, or not costumes, but different looks and such. So this is my current look, which is, I love the like warmers. I love everything about it. Um, but the other look that I came up with was this one. Well, this one right here, which I also like, with the ponytail. Isn't that cute? And the flared skirt. Still the same corset top, but that ponytail is just so ridiculous. I love it. And I just like this one because of the hair and the baby doll skirt. Is it faster? I don't think I've changed anything about it, but I'm not complaining. If it's faster, it's faster. So what you're saying is you like it fast? Do ya? You like it fast? Uh you like it fast. I love these new expressions. I also think that there's possibility to get some different outfits with this as well. So we'll have to see how that goes. Some of the outfits would be a lot of fun. I still have to get the mouth syncing working. It's not as, I mean, the old one wasn't great, but it at least tried. Uh at least it tracks when I open my mouth, but it doesn't track like vocal very well. So I'll have to recalibrate and fix all that. At least I hope so anyway. I'm gonna try. So who is ready for Educational Film Fridays? I have been looking forward to this since last Friday, to be completely honest. Oh, that's right. I was gonna fix that. I've got like a bald spot. I totally forgot about my bald spot. I need to fix that. You guys mind if I fix that real quick? I'm going to, whether you say yes or no. So I don't know why I asked. Oh no, you get to see behind the curtain on how VTubing works. Let's see. Let's figure out why that is happening. Um, Here we go. Um, so that should be the hair frame because it frames my face. And that's the first one, but it's like really big like that. And I think it makes my face look a little bit busy, you know? I can do that. How does that look, guys? Is that good? I don't know. Uh, I kind of like that. That's good. That kind of complements the bangs a little bit, don't you think? I also think there's more down near at the bottom separately for some reason. I seem to remember there being more. Yeah, look at all these different like customizations. This is how like crazy this model is, and the fact that the maker's name is Suika, and I put a link to her in my last stream, and I'll definitely put a link to her again on this stream because this model is just amazing. And it's a fantastic way to get like a really premium model without having to pay like thousands of dollars. So I am very thankful she made this for the community. Let's see. I know I remember seeing. Or maybe. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here, frame there. I don't think it's. Yeah, that one doesn't do anything. But this one. I think that's a little too much. Yeah, that's a little too much, don't you think? Yeah, a little too much. Yeah, that side here, that doesn't do the framing at all. Okay. Okay, let's go back up to the top. Let's fix that. I had a hard time. To be honest, one of the hardest things I had about setting for this model was the boob size. Because, that's the one thing I liked about my last model is, she had some boobas, but not very pronounced, which I appreciated. But IRL, you know, I'm not I'm not well endowed in the upstairs department, I guess you can say, but I have a really tiny frame, so it makes them look, bigger than they are. So I wanted to at least kind of represent that a little bit. Um, yeah, that was an interesting time with the boob slider. uh, oh, did you like the new intro song? That's right, you missed all the song stuff. We'll go over that too. I have lots of songs now. Did you like it? I forget that you hadn't seen anything all week long, and I've made a bunch of changes this week. I have forgotten all about that. See, which one was I going to do? Oh yeah, I was going to do this one. Yeah, I think that works. I'll stick with that one. And this is what the model looks like without any customizations. Everything is just neutral. Everything's white. My eyes, there's not really a lot of makeup on, no freckles, no moles. So yeah, this is after my customizations. I added a little bit of pink sheen to the skin because the other one was just too white. I don't know if you can really tell it though or not. I might go back and add some more kind of flesh tone to my skin. And I've got a little mole right at the top of my bulbous, um, which is actually like almost pretty accurate to be honest. But um, anyway, not to keep talking about my boobies, but I like the side ponytail too. That's really cute. Um, okay, so yeah, let me the songs. So um, I have a song that I've used for different like creative projects that I've been involved in over the years. And I know the writer of the song, and she gave me permission to use it. And I wanted to use that in my intro video. But when I uploaded the VOD to YouTube, it got copyright struck by the uh by the recording company, by the record owner. So I was like, well, that kind of sucks. So then I was like, well, there's lots of places out there um, that sell royalty free music for really cheap. And I went there and it was okay. There were some things that I liked, but nothing really reached out and grabbed me. And then I remembered last year, we had a little bit of a family tragedy when my sister was diagnosed with breast cancer. And she's okay now. She's okay now. So don't worry about that. She went through chemo and had an operation, and she's in regression or whatever they call it. So she's okay, she's good. But during that time, it was very emotional for the family, and I had discovered this service that that makes music through AI. But it's really highly customizable. Like you can go in and fiddle with like the themes, the tempo, kind of like how you want the music to sound. I mean, not sign, sound. And you can write the lyrics, and the verses and the chorus. It's really highly customizable. And what it's there for is it's, you know, to help songwriters who don't have, a house band to workshop sounds with all the time. Somebody who might be a good songwriter but doesn't know how to like do a quick arrangement on a piano or something like that. So the service lets you do that. And I had wrote this whole song for my sister. Uh and there were some gaps, but I let this AI service, and it was a couple of revisions. It's not just like, I know people like to make it sound like you just throw in like, hey, write me this song, and then it pops out this thing that's every bit as good as like a top 500 chart song or artwork. It's not. It's trash. It's total trash. So it takes a lot of going back and forth and different versions and revisions and stuff like that. So I decided to do the same thing with the theme song. And I probably went through 20 or 30 different iterations before I found something that I liked. Uh, uh, and the lyrics, I knew certain things that I wanted to be in it. And so that's what I started for that. But yeah, let me go over some of the songs. I was really happy with how they came out. So, Professor Baka, there we go. And custom music. So here's the primary version that I settled on for the theme song. I really liked how it came out. It was very anime theme song and very high energy, a high beats per minute.
She's a beautiful angel sent from above. Her name is Kira Nimiko. Everyone loves her. She twitches, she touches. I think I'm in love. She's a magical girl. She makes me dumb. Am I going crazy? Am I losing it? Feels so good to feel so brainless and stupid.
But it has my name. It has my title.
A gifted talent with intelligence. Professor Baka. Hey, wait, that's me.
Professor Baka. Yeah.
Nimiko. He taught me equals MC squared. I thought it. God, I'm just
Yeah, Teddy, I remember that.
Professor Baka. That's me. Professor Baka.
I wish I could crochet. But yeah, so the theme song came out really great, and I was like, well, that's fantastic. And then I kind of got goofy. I started writing other silly songs. Like I wrote a soulful like country ballad about crushing skulls in Warhammer 40K. That one I actually like the way that one came out a whole lot. It's utterly ridiculous, but so funny. Makes you want to hold up a lighter. Yeah, I saw a picture.
Boy who looked to the skies for my future. Ooh, fate had a different plan.
See, just listening to the song from start, you wouldn't think it was about murdering people in the worst way possible.
But only freedom lies in choosing the right man. Don't it make a sweet, sweet sound? Don't it make a sweet, sweet feeling? And don't it make a sweet, sweet sound? Sweet, sweet sound. 60mm boots crushing the skulls of my enemies. And chains and power weapons beating down the heretical and weak. Held the Vox transmission of orders
Isn't that
from
funny?
my brothers day and night. And daily laser cannon fire lighting up the sky.
Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't even think of it as an outro song.
Don't know how we did it, and
That's a good idea. I didn't even think about that. An outro song? That's amazing. Okay. Okay. You get props for that, Nico. Good recommendation. This is the other version. I couldn't decide on these two different versions. Same lyrics, but different styles. This is the intro. Different vocal styles here.
Angel sent from above. Her name is Kira Nimiko. Everyone loves her. She twitches, she touches. I think I'm in love. She's a magical girl. She makes me dumb. Am I going crazy? Am I losing it? Feels so good to feel so brainless and stupid. Kira Nimiko. She's a nerd, she's a nerd, she's a scholar. A gifted talent with intelligence. Professor Baka. Hey, wait, that's me. Professor Baka. Kira Nimiko. He taught me equals MC squared.
But I like the other one. It felt a little bit more high energy, a little bit more me, maybe. And then I also came up with like instrumental music. Because I would like to have like just music playing in the background. So this is just music without words, instrumental. Just to have something kind of going on in the background. And eventually I'm gonna have like many different versions of this, so it's just not the same thing playing over and over again. But I wanted something that could be low volume in the background that wouldn't be very distracting, but still kind of fit the mood of the stream, depending on whatever mood that is. You can see this is like, because I need friends, I titled it You Need Friends. You know, just simple music for the background. I like it. And then, yeah, so I know AI is catching a bad rap, but it's all about how it's used, right? It's just another tool in the toolbox. I remember someone, I saw an online discussion about the use of AI and how artists are very angry about AI right now. And they legitimately have a point, you know, because right now AI gets a lot of use to imitate real artists. And that's a bad thing. That's a very bad thing. But this guy walk out. You know, I have an Elden Ring song actually that I wrote. I'll play that in a second. It's very funny. It's very funny. But back to AI. So the speaker who was doing the presentation had all these articles from like the mid to late 1800s about a tool that had just come into the market that was making it easier for people to do like professional like work. It was stealing work from professionals. And all of a sudden everybody could do this thing that usually only like highly trained craftsmen used to do. And how horrible it was and how people were going to use it for the wrong things and just make a shit pile out of everything, right? Well, guess what this was for? This was for the electric drill. You know, and so what the speaker was talking about is that, you know, you shouldn't fear AI as like a thing that will replace. It augments the tool sets that you already have. And also it's the democratization of skill to a greater pool of people that traditionally have been walled off from those capabilities. Because, you know, no one complained when Adobe Photoshop came out and you could create, you know, gorgeous artwork pieces with Photoshop and Illustrator without having to mix your own pigments, because, I think in order to get the color purple, you used to have to mix arsenic in it. So mixing your own pigments was like deadly to like artists at one point. Nobody complained about that. And, people can certainly use Photoshop to do bad things, to steal legitimate artwork or to trace. And in fact, there was a guy, he used to go around to comic conventions, and he would just trace over the artwork of really famous artists and pass it off as his own. And he would sell these pieces for like, hundreds of dollars at conventions. And finally he was busted. So that's the way I look at AI, is that right now it's a tool that not a lot of people understand. Um, Unfortunately, a lot of people are using it right now, are using it for bad things, uh, to copy others and to pass it off as work on their own. But it's like, I'm pretty upfront about it. These songs, I didn't arrange the music, I didn't write the tunes or any of that, because I'm not good at it. I don't know how to do that. Even though when I was in college, I was in the recording industry in Nashville. You know, the stuff that I worked in was like recording technology, with a little bit of songwriting on the style. Songwriting on the side. So I know how to write verses and lyrics and things like that, but um, the arrangement and setting them to actual tunes and things like that, that's something that I always depended on others to help me out with. And I can't hire a crew to sit in my house and help me write these things. Um, but for what I'm using them for, and I'm not claiming I wrote them. I'm not claiming that, that they're professional by any means, but they help me present, my stream in a better way to everybody. So, okay, Teddy, I'm sorry. I got long-winded and preachy about AI. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you to sleep. Oh, do you want to hear the Elden Ring song, though? I can play you the Elden Ring song before you go to bed. Because it really is funny. I'm proud of how it came out. All it is about how you die a lot. You die a whole lot. It's just that over and over again.
Elden ring in my hand. I think
Oh, this will really make you
I'm
go
the
to bed.
man, but I die. Oh, I die. Giant beasts in the night. I try to put up a fight, but I die. Oh, I die. I die a lot, a whole lot. You think I'd learn, but I get burned. I die a lot, a whole lot. In the land of Elden, my soul be swelling. Dragon's breath on my face. I forgot my mace, and I die. Oh, I die. Sneaking through a dark
Don't you want to
cave,
fall asleep to this, Teddy?
I
Send you off to
never
pleasant
feel
dreams
brave,
about dying in
and
Elden
I
Ring.
die. Oh, I die. I die a lot, a whole lot. You think I'd learn, but I get burned. I die a lot, a whole lot. In the land of Elden, my soul be swelled.
Okay, I won't play the whole thing, but you get the point. I thought it was funny. Yep, go to bed, Teddy. Go to bed. Go to bed. Bye bye. Sweet dreams. This might make because AI is so contentious of a topic right now. I wonder if I should make that like my first collaborative stream. Invite some people on to talk about the pros and cons of AI in the creative space. Because it's coming whether you like it or not. I mean, it's not going away anytime soon. Silicon Valley is building out, you know, new power infrastructures just for AI because AI consumes so much electricity. They're building entire power plants to fuel it for future expansion and growth. So, I mean, it's happening. I think we just need to be smart about how it's used. And that's the same for any kind of groundbreaking technology that enters the marketplace. Like I said, people used to claim the drill was going to take work away from, the furniture makers and the people who build houses, and were, it was stealing from their mouths, essentially, is what they were saying. Because now anybody could drill a hole instead of using a hand cranked mechanical drill of some sort, Um, people could use screws instead of, um, the jointy. I don't know it would work, as you can tell. But the little interlocking wood pieces that used to be, how they fit furniture together, Um, well, and that's the other thing too. So, I mean, you talk about like, there's a market out there for handmade clothes. There's a market out there for handmade furniture. Um, we have um over here in Atlanta, North Atlanta, there's a place that's just like furniture store after furniture store after furniture store, and it's all like really high end, super expensive furniture. And right in the middle of it, charging the same prices, is the store that's dedicated to selling furniture made by the Amish, you know, using the same techniques they were using 500 years ago. So, um, there's a market for traditionally made, uh, you know, I'll call it that, artisan made crafts. So, handmade soap, handmade this, handmade whatever. There's definitely a market for it. Um, and also, AI can only take you so far. Somebody who has a critique for looking, I mean, you can tell AI art when it's AI art, right? Um, and who knows, maybe it will get better one day to where you can't tell legitimately between one thing and another. But, say Spider-Man, AI is never going to invent a superhero out of the blue with the rich history, story, um, character plot lines, growth, development, everything that makes Spider-Man Spider-Man. A computer is never going to be able to do that out of the blue. Um, that took, and actually, one person couldn't do that either. That took many, many, many different people drawing that character over many years. Uh, so anyway, yeah, that's kind of my feeling. And I know you can say, well, Stan Lee was the creative person about it, but it would be dishonest to claim that people like Todd McFarlane and all these other super creative individuals that were at the helm of Spider-Man over the years did not contribute to that character overall as a character as they are understood today by like mass culture, um, by everybody. The movies, you know, it used to be, comic nerds would talk about their favorite version of a character. Like, I like Ultimate Spider-Man. I like Golden Age Spider-Man. I like, well, now there's kind of like a mass understanding because people are informed by movies more than they're informed by comics. So, at least in general, I think. So, the movies have a large impact on how people think of Spider-Man today. And of course, the movies are informed by the comics and the comic fans that helped drive and sell those stories to begin with and made those stories popular. So it's this huge feedback loop where every part of the loop is important in informing how that character is represented in media today. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. I still think AI is the democratization of art. Um, people that just want things for themselves but don't have the capabilities or the funds to go out and do it themselves. You know, Um, yeah, that's how I feel about it. People were at one time talking about 3D printers, and how 3D printers were going to ruin a lot of things uh, for crafts people. But that turned out not to happen because, as it turns out, 3D printing has a lot of downsides to it. Um, AI does too, but people aren't seeing the downsides to it. They're just seeing the bad sides or the effects the bad sides can have, the downsides can have, or not the downsides. The They can only see the negative effects of AI in the marketplace. That's what I'm trying to say. So, but I mean, nobody goes to the movies. You didn't go watch Avengers and complain about Thanos not being a real actor. That was all CG art. There was no Thanos running around. And yeah, I know Josh Brolin did the motion capture and the voice for Thanos, but there is no there is no 7 foot, 8 foot character actor running around Hollywood right now that played Thanos. I mean, no one complains about that not being real or that it looked too realistic. It looked very believable. People talk about the uncanny valley and how computer animation at some point starts to look not just computer animated, but almost eerily, creepily fake. There was none of that in the Avengers movie. And how many characters were completely CG? I mean, Bruce Banner never showed up in the second part. It was Professor Hulk the entire time. That's all CG. That's all CG. And it looked real. It did, but nobody complains about that. So, there's that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna reach out to a couple of people to kind of come on the stream, and we're gonna have a debate about AI in the creative space. I'm gonna start doing that. I think that would be a really interesting stream. Um, because it's such a hot topic right now, and I'm sure that it's gonna cause probably a lot of hate too, especially since I'm not. I mean, there's a. I've noticed this, and I've been kind of cautious about mentioning AI and how I use it. Because I've seen right now, especially the VTubers, there's a lot of fan art that has been created by AI. And one VTuber, I can't remember who it was, but one VTuber actually set up a section like, hey, you can do AI art of me, but we're gonna, make sure label it AI art because I really want to recognize those people who do, actual like real fan art, not just AI fan art. Um, so she acknowledged that AI was there; it wasn't going away. She gave a space for that to exist, while at the same time recognizing the work that goes into her fan art creators. And she got so much hate mail. She got death threats over that. So it's AI is such a divisive topic right now. And that's kind of the way I want to be too. Like, I'm not gonna mind AI. Like if people ever do fan art of me, I'm not gonna mind if it's AI or not. But at the same time, be honest about it. I mean, don't act like you're a struggling artist, working your fingers to the bone to create this epic masterpiece when it's just you typing prompts into an editor, because it's just because it's the democratization of skill doesn't mean you get to claim a certain amount of creative clout, Like, just because, my intro song is really good, I like it a lot. I don't get to claim that I'm a music maker, and I'm not. And I will be the first to tell you that, you know? So, yeah, I think that would be a really good topic. Because you don't really see a lot of like open, honest discussions where you have somebody clearly against AI and someone clearly for AI in the space of like in the creative space. And yeah, you know what? I'm gonna reach out to that VTuber. I'm gonna see if I can't Google who it was, because I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. But I might start reaching out and see if I can find somebody pro AI art and someone um non-pro. What's the word for that? Pro and negative, or pro and con, or yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Nico. But well, I was kind of hoping more people would show up by now for Film Fridays, but it just seems to be me and you so far. Maybe if I start getting videos up, that'll start getting people on their way in. So I wonder if I should roll a poll on Discord, just with the few users we have in there, to see what they think. Yeah, that would be a good. I wonder if I can schedule that for like maybe next Friday or next Saturday, maybe. That would be, yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. You know, people have even been this model that I have. You know, thousands of people have purchased it, and um, even though it's super highly customizable, it's also generated a lot of hate. You know, people are giving a lot of hate towards people that are using it right now because they didn't do it themselves, or they didn't go hire somebody to custom create one, you know. Um, and then even Suiki, the person who designed this, got into a lot of trouble because people were like, "Why didn't you create hair for people of color? Why didn't you create this type of hair? Why didn't you create this or this?" And she's like, I didn't do that because I don't know how. And I that's gonna come in future versions, but I have to hire somebody to do that for me. And it's not because I didn't want to, it's because I've never done it. I don't know how. I can teach myself, but I have to learn. And um she got death threats over that too. Can you believe that? That's insane. Yeah, I think um yeah, well, maybe not next week. Maybe 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, because that will give time to start like assembling, you know, uh, articles, opinions, things that you can bring up as topics of discussion to see how it goes, you know. But I think that would be really interesting. So, yeah, that's good. Oh, I'll play this song too. I was really happy about this song.
Quarter in, I start the game. Donkey Kong knows my name. Jump the barrels, climb the rung. Save the girl, the game's begun. Pixel hero, come alive. Gorillas rage, I will survive. Hammer in my hand, so strong. Fight for love in Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, oh how it tastes. Won't you let the princess breathe? Climbing high, won't make me weak. Victory is what I seek. Bright lights flicker on the screen. Retro battles feel the sea.
Isn't that a great little song? I thought that was cute. It's about the love of arcades. It's really funny. I was writing all these lyrics about, just loving the arcade and kind of growing up in arcades and stuff, even though they weren't really a thing like they used to be. Like I've seen videos of like arcades of what they were like in the 80s and the early 90s. And all arcades were when I came onto the scene were just like, you know, a couple of Dance Dance Revolution spots, and Para and things like that. Uh, but yeah, like when you watch videos of like old arcades and what that was like, it was insane. And there's a few retro bars here in Atlanta that are arcade themed that I've been to. Um, it kind of makes me nostalgic for a past that I never had. Is that weird? Does that happen? Can you be nostalgic for something you've never experienced? I feel like there should be a term for that. Hmm. Okay, so I'm not the only one. That's good. That's good. Nostalgic for something you've never experienced. Hi, Water! How are you? Miko and I were just discussing like all the controversy about AI right now. Normally Fridays I do educational films and watch silly things online to laugh at. You're dying of what? Hopefully not my really, really horrible sense of humor. That would make me sad. That would make me super sad. Oh, school project. Oh no. Wait, what are you working on? Is there something the professor can help you with? Is it sex ed? Because I'm really good about that stuff.
How's it going? Oh my god, dude. What an insane
Oops,
game.
why didn't I bring this up? I didn't mean to bring up Twitch. Oh, well, actually, my minor in college was history. So I did have a minor history in European studies. So I know a little bit about it. And I watch a lot of Curse of Oak Island. So I'm pretty much an expert on archaeology at this point. So there's that. And actually, one of my best friends um is a state archaeologist for the state of Georgia. She's very good. She's very good. I remember one time she texted me when she was in grad school. She was over in Greece, and she texted me how happy she was that she found a ditch. She's like, I found the ditch next to a street. I'm like, oh, good for you. Oh, a conspiracy theory. Oh, you have my attention. First, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. Okay, let's debunk this fucking conspiracy theory. What is it? Lay me on me. Lay it on me. I almost said lay on me. That would have been bad. I swear to God, I'm gonna get banned from Twitch any moment now for my stupid Freudian slips. You don't know what a conspiracy theory is? I'm taking a Unico. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You've got some guy who makes all these outrageous claims with like pseudoscience and says that it's up to somebody else to prove a negative. You know, that's not how debate works. Now, I do know how debate works. I was in debate club, so I do know how that works. And I also know that that is a logical fallacy. So, yeah. And so, like, the people who claim um, that with magnets you can make all these, like, perpetual motion machines provide free energy. I've seen so many videos on um on YouTube lately. It seems like way more now. Um I'm still not sure what the topic is. In all ways, ik need to debunk it. uh, oh, doing 8 hours? You have class on Saturday? Today is Friday, right? How sad is that? I don't even know what day it is. Oh, you have to turn it in. It's got a deadline to turn in. Oh, what's the claim about? Do you have something you can link to me? I can click a link and bring it up online. Oh, because he gave you one more day? Yeah. Sometimes, especially if you have kind of like a third party adjudicator of some sort or a judge, that's kind of judging the not the legitimacy of the claims, but the legitimacy of the argument itself. Like, are you using logical fallacies to try to prove a point? In which case, you're not. You're just spouting logical fallacies. Because sometimes you can argue against that rather than debunking the specific claim. So instead of having to, well, like say, water isn't real, I'm not going to sit there and try to debunk that water isn't real. But what I will do is debunk the outrageous claim that water isn't real. I'll flip Zaiba's Bosnian pirate Perimai? Pyramid? Is that what you're talking about? Here's my favorite tool. Here is my favorite tool in my arsenal of debate tactics. It's called Occam's razor. Are you familiar with that? Have you ever heard of Occam's razor? Occam's razor. Um, but yeah, that's kind of like a very cut down understanding of it. It states the simplest explanation is usually the best. So here's a really good way um, to debunking most conspiracy theories. Occam's razor. What is more likely? That thousands of professionals well, let's take something. Okay, let's use this as an example, because it would help if we had a conspiracy theory example. So there were a bunch of claims about 100 years ago that a guy found a cache of Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon, and kind of supposed that the Egyptians toured not only the Americas, but made it all the way to the Grand Canyon and built a city there, this massive Egyptian city in the Grand Canyon, which of course would upset, you know, uh, which would upset tons of you know, it would upset history, just all of history and our understanding of it. So Occam's razor. This guy claimed that, he turned it into the Smithsonian, and that the Smithsonian hid it, and now the government has made it a no-fly zone, and that they're actively keeping it hidden. Just all kinds of stuff. So Occam's razor. What's more likely? This guy made up a story 100 years ago to get in the local newspaper, which he did, or that this massive government organization spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to hide in the Egyptian city in the Grand Canyon. Not only that, they went so far as to expunge their own records. That all the professors and all the Smithsonian quote unquote experts that this guy spoke to 100 years ago, there's no official record of employment of these people ever having been at the Smithsonian. So, what's more likely? That you have thousands of people contributing to this conspiracy theory to keep it hidden, or one guy made up a story to get in a local newspaper. You know, what, come on. It's obvious then. You have to debunk all the points. Well, list out the first 2 points. Give me his first 2 points if you can. Oh, this is a good example right here. What's an example of Occam's razor? If someone has a headache, it is more likely that they are simply dehydrated than it is they have a brain disease. That is a great, it was a simple example of Occam's razor. It's shaped like a square and it's aligned to the north more than Giza. You're talking about the Great Pyramids of Giza being aligned to true north, right? Well, I mean that's a pretty simple thing to debunk or not. I mean that's a claim of physicality. So, I mean, uh, you can look up the physical attributes of this structure. I'm sure it's documented somewhere. A hill is a pyramid. Okay. Um. Well, what? I mean, based on what? He says it's a square. Okay. Well, let's debate that first. A square is made up of 4 right angles. That's a pretty solid mathematical construct. Where's the video? I haven't. Did you link it in chat? Did I see it? Where's the video? Search. Um. Okay, now you've got my attention. I'm curious. I love debunking crazy ass people and make all kinds of crazy ass claims. This is what Professor Kira was made for. Hell yeah. We're in this motherfucker together. Nico, are you still there? Did I bore you away? Are you there, Nico? No, 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 no. You're not too dumb for this. Philip Zebia Pyramids of the Sun in Bosnia. Okay, okay. And it's on YouTube, I presume? The Bosnian Pyramid. Oh, looks like somebody already debunked them. TikTok's worst conspiracy theorist. Oh. Oh, this guy is good too. He's. I know. Yeah, yeah. No, that's the guy. Um, I'm just saying that people have already made videos debunking Philip Zibia. That's all I'm saying. Um, but let's. So that's his name. Now that Ziba. I don't have a TikTok account, so I don't know if I can look it up, but I will try. Oh, Primus to the sun. Oh no, that's why I typed in there. Never mind. Sorry. Oh, it looks like he even responded to him. Ooh, looks like they have an internet beef going on. Ooh, I love a good internet drama beef. Okay. Even though this isn't the true video, I kind of want to watch this one first. We can react to it.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Oh, really, Nico? That's interesting. What? What would be the closest term that would match? Would you think, in your
How's
language?
it going, Google debunkers? Yeah, 75 degrees in here right now. But things are about to heat up. This is Philip Ziba. He is a TikTok personality who broadly makes fact videos. These videos can be everything from actual facts to widely disproving conspiracy theories and misinformation. This spring, I made 2 videos on Philip Ziba. In them, I went through his entire TikTok account, I found all of the pseudo-archaeology and pseudo-history conspiracies I could, and debunked almost every single one of them. You may have actually seen these videos. They did pretty well. And if you haven't, well then you should check them out. They are long enough to be the perfect thing to have on in the background
I
while
like
you
this
clean
guy.
your room. Instead of just dunking on
I've
Philip
seen
for
this
3.5
guy
hours,
debunk
I
a lot of
decided to
stuff,
use
and
these
he's pretty
videos
on
as a
point.
call to action to Philip himself. What do you want, little dog? Yeah, I know. Wanna leave? You can.
In fact, what I was talking about earlier, Occam's razor, that's, this guy is really good at using Occam's razor and explaining it. I don't think he ever calls it, like, straight out, this is Occam's razor, but he's kind of like, look, you know, what's the more logical thing that happened here? Did thousands of people conspire together across multiple continents and oceans, to present this huge lie, or is it just one dude making shit up in his home, you know, at his computer, masturbating to porn, you know?
leave. Oh, you don't have thumbs, you can't leave. In this call to
let's
action,
see.
I told Philip to use his channel of more than 1.5 million more responsibly, by not peddling heaps of misinformation as if it were fact. My hopes were low that Philip would actually respond to this, and for months, there was silence. But then, about a month ago, I saw a vision. Philip had posted a full-length 20-minute response video. And today, we're gonna have a look at that response. Ladies
Whoa.
and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and welcome to Philip Ziba Debunked Part 3.
Part 3, oh my gosh, this is a big internet beef.
Hey Philip, thanks for tuning into the video. I want to address this video to you personally. You took the time to respond to me, and now I want to do the same for you. In my videos debunking you, I said that the only part you really needed to watch was my end call to action to you, but in this video, I implore you to watch the whole thing. Now Philip, before we get into this, I have a few things I want to talk about with my audience.
How long is this
So
video?
if you want to skip that, you can use your own personal
Oh gosh,
little
it's an
timestamp
hour
right
long. We
here.
may not be
Go
able to
that
watch
part
all
the
of it.
video, and everything from that point out will be. All right,
Let's
Philip,
go into
before we
false
actually get into
narratives.
this thing, I
Let's
think we need
see
some
this.
stakes. So here's the deal I'm gonna make with you. If your response is mature and well thought out and addresses the points I'm making to you, I will keep this couch as a permanent fixture in my studio. But if your response is dismissive, immature, and doesn't address a single point I'm trying to make, I will throw this couch out of my studio's second-story window. Make sure to stick around till the end to see why I throw a couch out a window. You guys know the Google Debunkers hoodie already, okay? It's in the description. I'm not gonna keep wearing this. It's too fucking hot.
Yeah.
Right onto the floor.
I like
You know
Milo
what?
a lot.
Honestly, I feel like in the nature
The
of this
first
video,
part is 2
I should
hours
wear
long?
hat
Oh
like
my god,
this.
is it
Oh,
really?
Fuck. I look like I'd be on the news.
I may have to say these for
We do
later.
have his
This
description.
might
We
be
take
homework
that?
for
Let's take his
Professor Gira.
description.
Personally,
I know this
live in
meme.
Canada.
Although I do have a weird hunch that you're Canadian. He lives in Canada.
When my channel was analyzed, this false narrative of me being this good-hearted guy who only ever talked about science and space and history that slowly turned to the dark side of conspiracy theories and misinformation for profit and clout is just not true.
Okay, I hear that. Philip,
See, already I can tell you in his response right there, already he's starting to use, ad hominem, which is a logical fallacy. He's not, he's being dismissive in a really kind of immature fashion. And he's already presenting a front that he's attacking not the argument, but the person.
That's not exactly what I said.
but
I
yeah.
acknowledge that you have always been interested in these things. That was the thesis at the end of my video. I played the first video you ever made, the one where you talk about how we are made of stardust, because I think it's a great example of science communication. Well, you really start talking about archaeological conspiracies, the ones that I particularly focused on a little bit later in your channel. I know that you had talked about conspiracies almost from the get-go. So while I did use an early example of you talking about actual science, I don't know if I would call this false narrative as much as I would call it giving you the benefit of the doubt. I also don't know if it's too much of a defense here to say, whoa, guys, you're giving me way too much credit. I've always been spreading misinformation. Now, jabs aside, if you do genuinely feel like I misrepresented you here by somehow saying that you kind of sold out and became someone who only talked about conspiracy,
Yeah, that's something else I hate that a lot of people do, which is they insert, like, say we're having the debate that the sky is blue. So you say the sky isn't blue, and I come back and say, well, the reason why the sky blue is because the angle at which sunlight hits the earth, kind of like light shining through a prism, the light is split up, which is why, the sky actually changes color depending on where you're at on the planet, like close to the equator or close to the North Pole. And so the sky can be more blue in some places depending on where you're at. And it's all about how sunlight hits the atmosphere. And what the other person would say is like, well, in that video, you called me stupid. And now I'm going to argue against why you called me stupid. And I'm like, wait, no, you just inserted some random detail that was never spoken or said or inferred. And now you're arguing against an inferred comment, which is like, no, address what I said, not how you took it, or people will insert things into arguments that they are ready to debate. They have this whole line of argument in their pocket that they're used to making. Like, oh, well, I'm comfortable arguing from this angle, so I'm going to steer the conversation in that way so I can go to this pocketed argument that I have, instead of actually debating the question or the point that was made.
then I apologize. That was not my intent. I did my best to make that clear at the conclusion of my video, where I talk about actual good science communication that you have done and encourage you to continue doing more like it, which is why I used that video and this video to make an appeal to you instead of just condemning you. In fact, you actually make the same point that I was making.
They're all
Passionate
topics
about
that I'm
science
genuinely
communication
passionate and just love talking about, not something that I pretend to like for views.
Philip, I totally see that. In fact, I literally said almost exactly that in my video. I can tell that you are actually interested in all the topics that you talk about here. You are interested in ancient history, you're interested in space and science and the mysteries of the universe. I don't think that you are pretending to be interested in conspiracy theories for views. At the beginning, I speculated whether or not views or money could be a factor, but my conclusion had literally nothing to do with this speculation. I did my best at the end to acknowledge your genuine motive and passion by having a look at some of your good science communication videos. If you feel like I didn't make this point clear enough either, then I apologize for that as well. It was also not my intent. But my early speculation into whether or not views were a factor were a footnote in my overarching thesis that you are spreading conspiracy theories and misinformation. And that is incredibly irresponsible.
Yeah. I forget what it is, but there's also a logical fallacy about like nitpicking like super fine details, which are relevant to the debate topic. I forget what it is though. It's been so long since I've been in debate. I can't remember any of that. Actually, I wonder. List of logical fallacies. There we go, right there. Yeah, if you're ever in debate club, you will see like, I mean, there are some that everybody knows, like ad hominem and straw man and a few things like that. But whenever you see like the complete list of logical fallacies, wow, It is. It is crazy. Well, I don't think this is gonna come up. Hello?
Responsible. It doesn't matter if you are making your conspiracy videos because of money or because of views or just because you're interested. The fact remains that you're making videos where you peddle conspiracy theories as if they were fact, and they get a disproportionate amount of views to everything else that you make. While your motives would certainly affect how harsh I am being, it doesn't change the fact that one way or another, millions of people are now walking away from your videos with misinformation that they learned from you.
Less than 40% of my videos of the past few months have been these controversial conspiracy topics.
And Philip, I don't really care what the ratio is. I'm glad you make videos about actual science, but I'm not going to give you some like bonus points for that. It's the fact that you make these science videos that's the very reason I'm trying to get through to you, because I can tell that you at least somewhat care about fact and truth. If all you made was conspiracy videos, I wouldn't be very confident that I could apply to your reason. You need to make clear to people that when you are talking about
Now, I can say this to Milo. And this is me not seeing, like, coming in almost at the tail end of an argument. But why did Milo feel compelled to make this? Because there are tons of people that make conspiracy videos. Why go after a random TikToker? Instead of just talking about the topic as a whole. So, in fact, he's kind of like doing the thing he's arguing against, which is doing the thing that he knows will get clicks and views, which is creating internet beef with an individual rather than like a greater issue in the current culture of online media, which is, conspiracy stuff by far gets way more attention than factoid types of
things
information.
like the Egyptian power plants or the Bosnian pyramids, they are not just fun facts, they are widely disproven conspiracy theories. That is not just my opinion. Again, I researched all of these points extensively. The sources are in my videos.
Oh, see, right there is that.
Or the Bosnian
If
pyramids,
he documented
they
all
are
the
not
sources,
just fun facts, they are widely disproven conspiracy theories. That is not just my opinion. Again, I researched all of these points extensively. The sources.
Citation is super important in any argument. You just can't say a thing is true and then expect it to be known as true. Well, not for all things. Like, you can say we breathe oxygen, and you don't have to necessarily bring proof to that. But having citation is very important, and it looks like he's very well cited here. I would use some of these, and go and read it, understand why it's fake, and then address or talk about it in your own words, not just copying and pasting somebody else's debunking. And here again, if somebody has made up their mind to dismiss evidence like this, then there's nothing you can do to change their mind. There's absolutely nothing you can do to change their mind. In fact, sometimes arguing more passionately, more intensely about something like this, especially when you know they are wrong, or know they are clearly not, well, I hate to say wrong, but incorrect. It's almost at some point it starts feeling like willful ignorance, and that can be super frustrating, and I totally understand that. There's a lot of willful ignorance right now going on in just culture in general. Especially like right now, the whole trans debate. There are so many false claims on both sides right now. And then people will argue more about things that aren't true and provably untrue rather than talk about the things that are true. And it's super frustrating to be on the sidelines and see that because, I don't know. I'm kind of going off on a wild tangent here. It's just frustrating. So I get why you're getting really passionate about that in chat. And I think what you're starting to aim towards is you want him to admit the validness of the points that you're trying to make. And I can tell you right now, this guy's never ever going to accept that. And the fact that he even started off his response video by kind of mocking the original message.
Are in
I
my
mean,
videos.
he's
But when
already made
I
up his
researched
mind.
all the
He's already
same
made up his
topics
mind.
that you
He
claim
is
to have
never
researched,
going to
I was able
change.
to easily disprove almost every single word you said, which got me wondering, how do you do your research? Hearing someone boast about how they do their own research right before saying something that is profoundly wrong is nothing new to me, but it always makes me wonder, what kind of research are they talking about? Thankfully, Philip enlightens us as to his research process.
This might be hard to believe for some people, but research for conspiracy videos takes much longer than it does for regular science videos. In fact, no one's probably going to believe me, but my
No, it
conspiracy
doesn't.
videos take on average about 10 times longer to research than my regular science fact videos. That's a fact. My famous Stardust video, which I love that theory, by the way, I shit you not, took me less than 5 minutes to research, and then I just kind of spoke what I learned about. Done. Nothing wrong with that, it's just how it went. Other videos of a similar length, but a more controversial nature,
not a
say
theory.
my long-lost 8th continent of new video, took a minimum of about 2 hours just to research and script. Finding information on them usually takes a bit of deep digging. Much deeper than I'd have to do for like a regular space video, which would require nothing more than a surface-level Google search.
Oh boy. Philip, I believe you when you say that your science videos are easier to
There's
research.
so many things
some will
wrong.
argue whether or not that's a good or a bad thing, but one of the reasons these topics are easier to research is because there's actual evidence for it. You take for granted the fact you can open fucking Wikipedia and
That's
learn
exactly
everything
what I
there
was
is to
gonna
know
say.
about star formation because of the work of diligent scientists. And don't get me wrong, I encounter this too with my shorts. When I talk about the Wrangell Island mammoths, I'm not going to read 3 scientific papers to try and condense it into 60 seconds. I can use multiple shorter sources, cross-referenced between one another. I get reliable information I can fit into the 60 seconds and probably do it all in less than an hour. But if I was doing a longer video on the Wrangell Island mammoths, I would go into much more research because I'd actually have the time to talk about all of it. But I want to take a look at the claim that it takes you 2 hours to research the conspiracy theory videos, because that makes me wonder to myself, what kind of research are you doing? In my videos on you, I research the exact same topics that you claim to have researched. Let's take the Bosnian pyramids, for example. I pushed this one really hard in my
here we
video on
go.
you because I think it is the worst thing you have ever created. In this couple-minute video, you talk about the Bosnian pyramid conspiracy theory as if it were fact. In doing so, you belittle and vilify actual archaeologists and scientists who have studied the site. You fail to provide any of the mountain of evidence that it is not a pyramid. You validate and applaud the con man who opened it and is now raking in millions of dollars, including from the government, by doing so missing an opportunity to talk about Bosnia's actual national heritage, which is in a museum that is still in ruins after a fucking war. And to cap it all off, this video of yours has more than 30 million views. You promoted what could be considered an actual government conspiracy theory run by a business con man to 30 million people. To try and undo some of the damage you did with this, Philip, I had to research the exact same topic as well. And in my 2 hours, hell, in my first 30 minutes of research, I was not only able to find sparse evidence supporting any of the things you're saying, but literal mountains of evidence proving that what you are saying is wrong. And Philip, this is the case for every single other pseudo-archaeology topic of yours that I discussed across both of my videos. I have a
Well, yeah, I totally agree with that. There's a reason why information on conspiracy theories are harder to find. It's because they're usually, put out there by but what am I trying to say? How should I phrase this? You can go out there and find plenty of articles about how photosynthesis works, because it's a well understood concept. It's been tested many times over the years. We know how photosynthesis works. But if a guy claims that it's because of magical fairies, and he's got 5 people that believes him, well, of course they're not going to have the same body of work to refer to prove their point, So, I mean, that's just the nature of conspiracy theories. Now, I will say this. I love conspiracy theories. I read, what was the name of the book? Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. Yeah, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. There it is. Now, this itself isn't a conspiracy theory, but it's been used in the formation of a lot of others. And it's the idea that all these ancient maps show things that they're not supposed to show, like the Piri Reis map. If you ever look at it, it shows South America, but it was made long before anybody had ever visited the Americas. And supposedly it might even show the northernmost tip of Antarctica. And not only the northernmost tip of Antarctica, but how it looked under the ice, which, it's been covered by ice for 10,000 years. So why is South America on the Piri Reis map when this was made, hundreds of years before Columbus ever went to? Because saying that there's land over here, because over here is Africa, there's the bit of Africa, and over here is South America. So, saying that, hey, there's land across the ocean is one thing, but then to have a map that shows correct geological features of the coastline, that means that somebody with cartography skills went over and mapped this out. That means, a lot of people went over and knew about this. Not just some solo dude on a boat, So, it's fun to think about, and I don't think there's any harm in discussing it. But at the same time, I think there should be, anybody that talks about this stuff should acknowledge that, hey, this is kind of fringe. This is fringe science or fringe theory. It's interesting to think about. And, who knows? Some conspiracy theories do turn out to be true from time to time. And sometimes things come along that really upset what was thought to be well understood. Like, I remember I don't remember, but I've read about when they first discovered that the universe is expanding. And not only expanding, but getting faster at expanding. There were a lot of hardcore scientists that did not want to accept that at all. And people in these fields do not like change. But I will have to say, when something comes along and has really good hard evidence that can't be disputed, they do eventually come around to it and accept it. So I think it's fun to talk about things like the Bosnian pyramid. I would like to learn more about it and why they think that it might be a real pyramid. But at the same time, am I going to walk away saying that, hey, we should spend billions of dollars looking into this? No, probably not. Probably not. Here's a really good conspiracy theory that turned out to be fact, and is still kind of in progress right now. That the Aztec and the Mayans were much bigger of a group of people, a much bigger population than anybody ever thought or understood. And, we had uncovered a couple of Mayan cities, but, nothing that would say it was this huge empire like some people had said. And for the longest time, hardcore archaeologists and all this were like, hey, the evidence isn't there, the evidence isn't there, you can't say this, the evidence isn't there, blah, blah, blah. Well, eventually technology caught up and somebody flew over South America with LiDAR. And what they found, was like hundreds of cities and even more roads under the dense jungle of the Amazon. And, basically proving that these cities and these cultures were huge. Like, not just by a little bit, but by orders of magnitude larger than anybody had ever thought. And now, now that they have this evidence that cannot be disputed, it's not just a random dude running around the jungle saying he's found all these hidden cities. They actually have a LiDAR map that they can point to saying, hey, look at this. This is planned urbanism, from a culture that we thought didn't exist at this time, at this scale. So I think it's fun and important to acknowledge conspiracy theories, but also I think you need to recognize and acknowledge that they are indeed kind of like fringe. And sometimes they're just made up, no matter how fun they are. Um, I think one of my favorite people kind of call it a conspiracy theory now, although more scientists are starting to look into it, and that's Gobekli Tepe. Um, it's possibly, well, now they may not even think this, but it's possibly the first human city to have ever existed. And not only that, um, it's it's way more advanced of a city than it should be. Like most civilizations, you can kind of see the stages of evolution. Like, oh, here's where, they tried this for the first time. Oh, here's where they tried this for the first time. Here's where they tried that for the first time. Here's where they started building ditches and irrigation. Um, the problem with Gobekli Tepe is they can't find that. They just find this really well-made city out of nowhere. Um, and they keep finding things about it that don't make a lot of sense. And a lot of people have come along and kind of filled in those voids with, conspiracy theories and things like that. Um, and it's fun to think about. And there's nothing that really says that they're untrue at this point. There's no science that says it is true. There's no science that says that it's not true. Um, but there are things that Gobekli Tepe has done that modern archaeology has definitely come around to believing, such as like when human settlements first started, because this city is way older than when people thought anyone was making cities at this point. Um, go, I don't even know how to spell Gobekli Tepe. Yeah, there we are. Oh, in fact, here's Milo talking about it. Yeah, and it completely upended. Yeah, I just found it as soon as you said that, Water. He has an entire video of it. So there's lots of things there that has definitely caused archaeology to pause and say, well, maybe we didn't have it right. Um, but this kind of this really backs up Occam's razor to a point. You know, archaeology thought one way until we had compelling evidence to make us think another way. Which that's the way it should happen, rather than random guys coming up with conspiracy theories and then claiming cover-ups and all this other stuff. I think I kind of lost my point halfway through there, but hopefully you understand what I'm talking about. uh, but yeah, so there are legitimate things that do upend human understanding, especially in archaeology. There are things that they're finding all the time that maybe not as big of an impact of the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, but you know, well, like the argument for aliens. This is a good one. Um, this is a good one. There's a channel on YouTube that I love watching called PBS Spacetime. If you're into astrophysics, uh, like deep cosmology, all that stuff, PBS Spacetime is a fantastic way to kind of understand really advanced scientific concepts. And I could listen to this guy speak forever. He has such a his voice. Anyway, but aside from that, he talks about a lot of really cool stuff. A lot of things about quantum mechanics, different particles that they've discovered. And they also talk about, like things like what's the I can't remember. Like, well, if space is so full of aliens, where are they? What is that? I forget what that's called. There's a name for that argument. I cannot remember it. But anyway, as we are now discovering, it used to be, well, we could estimate the number of stars, in galaxies, and we can estimate the number of galaxies, and there's just hundreds and hundreds of billions and trillions of them. But what we've discovered recently, well, what we didn't know at the time is, well, how many of those stars have planets? How many of those planets are even capable of supporting life? You know, the Goldilocks zone, as they call it. And then out of how many of those planets did life actually evolve to the point of, let's say, where we are at? And somebody actually did the math of like what the likelihood of there being alien civilizations out there. And it's actually pretty high. Like there should be uh the math shows that the galaxy should be teeming with civilizations. And now that we've discovered the ability of how to detect planets, we're discovering that most stars have planets. Like almost all of them have planets, probably. So that even ups the score for like how many civilizations should be out there. But if there's so many civilizations, then where are they? Because we certainly can't detect them. And we think we know what to look for. Like, we can see kind of what planets are like, uh, based on spectral, or not spectral, now, what am I thinking? Um, we look for, we can see in the light that comes from distant stars evidence of certain elements, and there are certain elements that don't occur naturally in the universe as we understand them. So we can look for those elements and or chemical compounds by how we observe the light from those distant stars. So we think we know what to look for. In fact, they even did this with our own planet. When Voyager got far enough away, they were like, well, we think if we were ever to detect an advanced civilization on another planet, these are the things we would look for. And so when Voyager got far enough away, they turned it around to look at Earth, and they looked for these signs. Like, are there these types of things that we can detect and things like that? And of course, hey, we detected life on planet Earth. So if life ever evolves like us, then we have a pretty good foundation that we know how to detect it at great distance. But we have yet to detect anything. There's nothing that we have found. Um, so one of the things that he likes to say on PBS Spacetime, because they do talk about how every once in a while we'll find something that looks really, really suspicious and could very well be, something artificial, I'll say. But he's also very fond of saying it's never aliens until it's aliens. Meaning that until we have, inconclusive, I mean, not but conclusive proof that, hey, we have actually detected an alien, then it's never aliens until it's aliens. And I kind of like that saying. I want that on a t-shirt, actually. If you made a t-shirt of that, I would so buy it. Oh, are you having fun listening to me just kind of yap away? If I get boring, just let me know. Just yell at me. But yeah, I love this kind of stuff. I love thinking about potentials. Hard facts are always fun, and I'm always a big fan of a documentary. But uh, thinking about what could be, and almost sometimes what should be, to me is a lot more interesting. But I always acknowledge the fact that this is, just hardcore speculation at this point. Now, there might be a lot of weight that speculation may be true, but we quite haven't reached that tipping point yet. Oh, thank you, Water. Thank you. That's so kind of you to say. See, that's why. See, I did right in choosing my name. I am the professor. I am the professor with a great set of tits. Uh, but what is that? It's making me mad. Um, where are the aliens? Hypothesis. Oh, the Fermi paradox. That's what I was trying to think of. The Fermi paradox. If there's so many Like, if the possibility of life is not only common, but probable. And not only is it probable, it is also probable that they become an advanced civilization, like us or even far beyond us. If there's supposed to be so many of them, then where are they? Why haven't we seen any of them yet? So that's the Fermi paradox. And it is fun to think of. Somebody did come along later on and kind of add on to the Fermi paradox, saying that it might just be a matter of timing. So, somebody actually went back and did a lot of research into the math. Let me do, I might need some visual aids here. So let me bring up Microsoft Paint. So, somebody actually went back and did the math. That's hurting my eyes. Wait, I think that's just too bright. Oh, that hurts my head. Hey, I have Photoshop. Let me just bring it up in Photoshop. Why didn't I think of that? Here we go. Adobe Photoshop. Oh gosh, come on, Adobe. Load. There we go, and it's not a super bright screen that hurts my eyes. And don't look at all my naughty pictures down here. You don't get those. Not for you. So let's do... Yeah, let's do something like this. Okay. Okay, so this is what the guy did with the Fermi paradox. Can everybody see? Am I blocking too much? Okay. Let's draw a line that represents the whole history of the universe. Here, we'll do this, okay? So this is the history of the universe. Over here, that's the Big Bang. And over here is what we think will happen, which is the eventual heat death of the universe, which is the universe has expanded so much that no particle can ever interact with another particle because they're just too far apart. Everything is expanded to the point where nothing can affect each other. And there's no more heat in the universe. Everything is absolute zero, the eventual heat death of the universe. Fun topic to think about, right? So, things take time. Like the Earth just wasn't here at the Big Bang. It took a little bit of time for our star to form, for our planets to form, for everything. So, what this scientist did is he figured out from how long of the Big Bang to when, according to human life anyway, like how soon did life on planet Earth arrive? And I don't remember what the numbers are off the top of my head, but let's just say that it took 1 billion years. 1B. Let's just say it took 1 billion years for life to get to the point where it could even exist on planet Earth. So then we apply that to all the planets across the universe. Well, not everything was formed at the exact same time. This is just when it was possible for the first life to appear in the universe, as far as we can understand it. So, best possible speed, best possible evolution. This is how soon life could have appeared on planet Earth. That means our sun was one of the first stars to form, our planets were some of the first planets to form, and we were the first life to form in the entire universe. That's probably not true, but let's just say it takes 1 billion years to get there. Well, we can say, that there's, let's just throw a number, well, actually, I think we actually can kind of estimate how many planets. How many planets are estimated to be in the universe. 10 to the power of 24. That's a huge number. That's a huge number of planets. Gosh, that's even bigger than. Whew, that's it. That's a huge number. I don't even know how to represent that in Photoshop. Okay, anyway, a lot of planets, right? Well, not all planets form at the same time. Even though we could have existed here at 1 billion years, let's say it actually took us 1.5 billion to exist. This is actually when Earth started having life. Not necessarily us life, but plant life, early protozoa, that sort of thing. So that's how soon it took life to get on Earth. And it took another time period from there to even become, people with advanced technology. So now we know roughly how soon life could have existed and how soon intelligent life could have existed. And we know how early that could have existed, and we can also kind of estimate like how long upon the timeline of the universe to the eventual heat death, how long life, because eventually life cannot be supported anywhere in the universe, and let's say that happens here, wherever this may be. So we have this entire length of time where intelligent life could have existed in the universe. And this is a span of like several billion years, I think. So it could be that there are indeed like tens of thousands of really advanced civilizations out there, but they have all existed at different times. And they could have existed at different times that were so far apart from other civilizations, there was no way that they could have ever communicated or interacted with one another. So it could be that there are indeed tens of thousands of other civilizations that have come before us, and tens of thousands of civilizations that will come after us. But because of how old the universe is and how old the universe can be, it could be that we're just so spread out that it's impossible for us to ever talk to one another, because this is just on time scale. This isn't even taking into account like distance, like how, if it's life in the next solar system, yeah, we might be able to talk to them, but life in another galaxy, I don't even know how that's even conceivable unless we invent some sort of crazy technology to bridge that gap. So it could be that we're just so far apart in terms of actual physical distance and so far apart in terms of time scale that even though there are many, 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 many other civilizations out there, we will never ever be able to talk to them. We might even never even find evidence that they had ever existed. Their stars could have exploded long ago, wiping out any evidence that they had ever existed at all. So that's kind of like the extension of the Fermi paradox. And if there's so many aliens out there, why haven't we seen them? This may explain why we haven't seen them yet. Pretty interesting, huh? It's also kind of sad to think about that there's the potential of so much out there that we'll never ever get the chance to even see or know. It's a little bit it's a little humbling, isn't it? At least I think it is. Did I bore everyone to sleep? I hope I just didn't bore the entire class away. Let me go check. I'm gonna go see how many streamers I have, and it's gonna be 0, right? uh, oh, I think I closed my streamer window. Well, I'm glad you're still there. Through all my boring explanation. Oh no, your Wi-Fi died. Well, now you're gonna miss out on the pop quiz. How are you going to take the pop quiz on everything I just talked about? There is a test. And no, I will not accept the dog ate your homework. That is bullshit. You know it's bullshit. I know it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Occam's razor. What's more likely? A dog eats paper, or you just didn't do your homework? But yeah, so this might be the answer to the Fermi's paradox on why we haven't ever seen other life in the universe as of yet. There was some really cool speculation. Here again, it's kind of a conspiracy theory, but it's not aliens until it's aliens. Does anyone remember when that mysterious object came gliding through the solar system not too long ago? Oh, what kind of explanation do you want? If I can, I will. I don't know everything. Well, no, I take that back. I do know everything. I just can't remember it all at once. That's my official explanation of why I may not know certain things at certain times. Yeah, I should just have a regular Q&A period where people are going to ask me about anything and I do my best to explain it. What is it about light years? Well, a light year is how long, the speed of light is hard-coded into the universe. The speed of light is the fastest you can go. You can't go any faster than the speed of light. That's with traditional physics as we understand it. Now, there are ways, according to Einstein's model, that you can cheat the universe. But as far as we know it, actually, you know what? And we've actually proven that it is possible to travel faster than the speed of light. But the amount of energy required to make it happen may not be feasible. But they're actually working on it. That's a problem they're working on right now. I think it's called the what is it? The Prelinger Drive. I know I misfangled that. Faster than light engine Eagle works. Yeah, Cubiera, that's it. Eagle Labs is the top test lab at NASA. Oh, how did I study? Well, I've said this a couple of times, so I don't mind telling people I have some health issues that keep me from going out a lot. So I'm stuck at home a lot. That's the whole reason why I started to stream, is I wanted to find friends online and I wanted to find friends that I could play games with. So that's why I started streaming online. Was I was just kind of tired of being home alone all the time. So, but when you're stuck at home a lot, you tend to read a lot and watch documentaries a lot. And I've just always been the kind of person to absorb knowledge. I'm not really good at remembering specific facts. Like, I can't off the top of my head tell you what the speed of light is. But I do know, that it's the fastest you can go. There's nothing that can go faster in traditional physics as we understand them today. And I know how to, for instance, I may remember enough of it that I can just do a quick reference on Google to go, I kind of remembered what the name of this drive was. But all I did was I knew how to find it real quick. So I was able to go on Google and find it real fast. So, yeah, the Eagle Works Laboratory is a really cool place. I would love to go visit there someday. But the Alcubierre Drive. So, Alcubierre proposed that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light in space. But we also know that space is kind of fluidic. you can stretch and pull space the same way you can stretch and pull time. So what? Oh, let me go back to Photoshop. Let's go back to Photoshop. All right, let me clear this. Okay, so let's say here is our solar system, and this is Reticuli Zeti, some far off star system that we know about. And let's say that it is. Well, actually, you know what? We can look this up. How far away is Reticuli? Zeta Reticuli. There we go. Okay, it's 39.17 light years. So we know that it takes a photon exactly 39.17 years, light years, traveling at the speed of light to reach, to go from Earth to Zeta Reticuli. That's how far it takes. There's a lot of, speaking of conspiracy theories, there's a lot of conspiracy theories that there's life in Zeta Reticuli, and we can talk about that at some point. There's actually a little bit of evidence that says there might be there, but we can't actually confirm it. Remember, it's never aliens until it's aliens. So, oh yeah, I can't explain that actually. That was actually done on PBS Spacetime. So, and this is where it gets. This is why I needed to pull up the visual aid. This is where it gets kind of crazy. So let's just say it's 40 light years, just to make it easier. 40 light years from Earth to Zeta Reticuli. 40 light years. And the speed of light. What is the speed of light? What is the speed of light? 300,000 meters per second. So pretty damn fast. That's how fast anything can travel. And the reason for that is because a photon has no mass. It has no weight. So it is the only thing in the universe that can travel at top speed, which is 300,000 meters per second. I'm rounding up just to make it easy. So we know that it takes that long to travel. Well, that's distance. We know that gravity can compress space-time. It's why time gets slower when you get close to a black hole. Like, have you ever watched Interstellar? Interstellar. They do a great job of explaining how time works around a black hole. They spent like an hour on a planet, but back home it was actually 17 years. Well, it's not time travel. It's not time travel. It's just that, because of the way space-time is compressed, time just takes different amounts. And we know this to be true because we have to include error correction control in our GPS satellites. Yeah, I know, I'm actually teaching. Our satellites experience time differently than we do here on Earth. And it's just a fraction of a second. But it's very important when you're trying to, globally position something. So we actually have to do error correction control in our satellites to account for the fact that time is experienced differently for our satellites than we experience it here on Earth. So, what the Alcubierre drive does, instead of, it creates I hate to say it like this, but it creates a warp bubble where it actually warps space. So instead of taking 40 years to travel to Zeta Reticuli, what it does is that it pulls space itself. It'll pull space, it contracts the universe between point A and point B. And let's say it contracts it enough to now this distance after all the contraction is only 1 light year instead of 40 light years. So now, because of the because it contracts space, it pulls that destination closer. A really good way to understand it is by I know this is done a lot in science fiction, and they talk about it uh uh like in Dune and stuff, folding space. I know everybody has heard of folding space. So a really good way of understanding how folding space works is by thinking of drawing on a piece of paper. So folding space, paper, piece of paper example. That's not a great way of understanding it. No, that's not it. Well, shoot, I thought it'd be easy to find a really good example of that. Um, well, you can do this. If you have a piece of paper at home, you can draw a dot on both sides. So you draw a dot here, and you draw a dot here. And what you do is you fold that piece of paper down the middle so that this dot touches that dot. So what you have done is you have folded space to bring two locations together instead of traveling that entire distance. That's the easiest way to understand warping space, to bring locations closer rather than traveling that entire distance. No, it's not. It's symmetry is a different thing. That's a little bit different. That's a much more complex topic. This is just now. You're thinking of comparing two sides together, like side A, side B, and this being the dividing line down the center. That's not the proper way to think about it. We're compressing space like a slinky. We're bringing point A and B together by pulling them together rather than traveling the distance. Yeah, that's exactly what. Because remember, space time is curved, so you can compress things. Now they have figured out. They have done the math, and let's say this is Earth again, and this is Zeta Reticuli, and we know that they are 40 light years apart. So they have done the math on how much energy it would take to compress that much space time from point A to point B to be able to travel to this star like in the time span of a normal human life. They've done the math on how much energy. The amount of energy required to do that was more energy than the galaxy had put together. Just a massive amount of energy. So this is what they talk about when they say it's possible. Like when you do the math, yeah, you can bend and fold space, but can you generate the power necessary to do it? That's where it gets tough. So what this guy Akubiyari thought up was that, well, why are you compressing that amount of space? What happens if you compress, like how much power does it take to compress, let's say, 100 miles? 100 miles. let's compress 100 miles down into 1 inch. Because you can travel 1 inch way faster than you can travel 100 miles, right? So, well, as it turns out, yeah. I mean, we don't have the technology currently, but it's feasible. It's potentially possible that one day we can compress space enough that we can make 100 miles an inch. Well, we could probably do that with 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles. It's not beyond comprehension. It's legitimately possible. So what Alcubierre thought was, well, instead of compressing 40 light years down to a foot, why don't we just compress tiny parts of it? So this. So we just do little bitty pieces of it. And through that, we gain velocity just by doing short bursts. And what he was able to show in the math is that you can create a small bubble around a ship that has an Alcubierre drive, and that bubble just compresses space in little bitty pieces. And through that, you can gain crazy amounts of velocity. And because you are technically, remember, you're still not traveling faster through space-time, you're still not exceeding the speed of light, but what you are doing is you're decreasing the distance so that that journey doesn't take as long. And from an outside observer, it looks like you're traveling faster than light, but what you're doing is you're just shrinking the distance between A and B. And when you look up, there's lots of really great YouTube documentaries on how this drive is theorized to work. And every once in a while, somebody will come out with a paper or a good reason on why this may not be possible. But so far, the scientists that are working on this, every problem that they've been presented with, they've been able to work around or find a way around it. Yeah, one can reach a distant star that is 150 light years away within one's lifetime. Yeah, but here's the catch. If you travel 150 light years away, more than 300 years will have passed on Earth. Yep, and here they are talking about warp bubbles. Ah, here we go. No, this isn't what I was thinking of. That's just giving you a reference of how fast warp speeds are in well, here's
The
a really
Alcubierre
good
drive
animation.
is a speculative warp drive idea according to which a spacecraft could achieve apparent faster than light.
So, and some like here's an idea, or here's a good way of showing how creative they've been in thinking about this. Like it's compressing space-time in front of it to make the distance in front of it shorter. But one of the things it can also do is it can expand space-time behind it to make the distance behind it further, if that makes sense. So it's compressing in front and expanding behind.
Travel by contracting space in front of it and expanding space behind it, under the assumption that a configurable energy density field lower than that of vacuum could be created. The physicist Miguel Alcubierre proposed a method of stretching space in a wave, causing the space ahead of a spacecraft to contract along the axis the spacecraft wishes to travel in and the space behind it to expand. The ship would ride this wave inside a region known as a warp bubble of flat space. Since the ship is not actually moving within this bubble, but rather being carried along as the region itself moves, conventional relativistic effects do not apply.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So, but that yeah, water, you did ask a really good question there a minute ago, talking about uh space moving faster than light. So, um, there is I'm sure you've heard this term before, the observable universe. That's how far we can see, because the speed of light is finite. So there are things so far away that the distance that the light travels will never, ever, ever reach Earth. No, it's not breaking the laws of physics at all. It's actually using the laws of physics in our advantage, to our advantage, because you're not going faster than light. You're not traveling through space at the speed of light. You're bringing space to you. You're compressing it so it doesn't take as far. And we know this occurs. I mean, we've observed this. We know this happens naturally throughout the universe because, you know, we can see the LIGO Observatory just recently was able to detect gravitational waves from a neutron star explosion, I think, deep in the universe. Yep, compressing in front, expanding in back. So technically, the ship may not be moving in space at all. It's just being carried along by the space that it exists in. And that happens with light. So going back to your question earlier, yep, exactly. You're bringing that location to you. You're pulling it towards you through space-time. And then you're pushing behind you. You're also pushing what's behind you further away. So, the observable universe. So, we know light travels 300,000 meters per second, and space is expanding. So let's say, here we are. This is Earth, and this boundary is the observable universe. That means that beyond this line, because space is expanding outwards, and not only is it expanding outwards, it's speeding up, there is light being generated by a star that will never, ever, ever be able to reach Earth because space has expanded so much, it's just too far away. It will never, ever reach Earth. We actually can't see the Big Bang yet. We can get close to it, but we can't actually see the Big Bang yet. And what's crazy to think about is that because space, the expansion of space is speeding up, there are galaxies. Let's say we see galaxies right here today. In a million years, we will no longer be able to see them because they have been pushed out of the observable universe. They're too far away to see. So there are things we can see today that one day will forever be out of our reach. Visually, we can never see them. We can't interact with them. We will just never know about them. They will be beyond the observable universe. You know, eventually, and this is what I was saying about the eventual heat death of the universe, everything will expand so far apart. There'll be one day where space has expanded so much that Earth will no longer be able to see the moon. It'll be beyond the observable universe. Now, we will be long gone. I mean, that's billions and billions of years in the future. But yeah, one day the moon will be beyond the observable universe. That's even if the moon still exists. Our star will have exploded long before then. But yeah, that's a possibility. One day the moon will be too far away to see. Fun stuff. Astrophysics with Professor Kira. Fun stuff. So yeah, so when I was homesick a lot, I would just watch lots of documentaries and read lots of books. And I just found this stuff really interesting. And so, yeah, that's kind of how I got started on all this. We were talking about space-time and you forgot about time? How dare you? How dare you? That's okay, Water. I'll just put you in the punishment corner, along with Nico. You'll have things to talk about. Oh, I forgot. You know what? When I go into professor mode, I should. I do have a Discord server. It should be in my about segment on my Twitch page. But you know, I totally forgot. When I go into professor mode, I'm supposed to put on my glasses. I forgot to put on my glasses. So tell me, do the glasses work? Are they cute? Should I leave them on or take them off? Glasses, yes or no? I like them. Your teacher looks like this? Really? With the boingy boingy and everything? Nope, nope, I just put them on. Because I have a toggle for them, see? Oh, that's a good question. Where did that start? Because that's a trope that's been around for ages. I guess because, well, think about it. When you're in school, who were the people that realized they needed glasses first? Those are the kids that were really into reading, probably good at school. Um, you don't need, especially if your eyesight is mostly okay, you really don't need glasses to play football or baseball or anything like that. So the first people in school to get glasses were the nerds, you know? And so I think that's probably why or how that trope got started. Maybe. Oh, don't say that. I'm not that good. I don't read as much today as I used to. I get a lot. Like for instance, all the astrophysics stuff that I just went over. I learned all that from PBS Spacetime. I can't recommend that show enough. It is such a good show. And like I said, this guy could talk me to sleep every night. I could fall asleep to him every night. He's got such a great accent. And let me ring it up again in case anybody wants to follow it. It's called PBS Spacetime. It is a fantastic show.
There must be someone that you want to be.
One of my
And
favorite
we now know
episodes
that
they
the
do.
evidence does not support cyclic cosmologies, right? The universe and time itself started at the Big Bang, and space will expand forever, and that's it. Or so says mainstream cosmology, but apparently cyclic cosmology has not lost its appeal because some scientists have found a way to make it work for our universe. The original Big Bang model has all of space originating from an infinitesimal point at the beginning of time, and expanding from there. And this fits a lot of observations of our universe. The recession of the galaxies reveals the expansion of space, and the cosmic microwave background is pretty clearly the afterglow of an early hot dense state. But some observations aren't so easily explained. For example, in our universe, matter and energy are very evenly spread out, but in the basic Big Bang model there wasn't time for this smoothing to happen before the expansion through distant regions beyond causal contact. This is the horizon problem. There's also the fact that a
Yeah, I can listen to him all night. I don't think he's single though, so too bad for me. Ah. One of my favorite episodes they do is they talk about the double slit experiment in quantum physics, which is still, to me, like one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. I still don't fully understand it. I get that it does happen, and I accept that it does happen, but it still makes no sense in my head at all. Do you guys know what the double slit experiment is? I'm gonna pull it up. This is kind of a silly animation, but I like the way they explain it.
What they taught us in school isn't really the way it is. And that our senses are playing tricks on us. You just gotta wonder, what is this reality that we find ourselves in? Quantum physics says it's all just waves of information. Do I believe that? I hope so. Yikes! And here we are, the granddaddy of all quantum weirdness, the infamous double slit experiment. To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little balls of matter, act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right.
Yep.
Now,
That
let's
makes
look
sense
at
too.
waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness
I get
on the
that.
back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom
Yep, this is a
of
good way of
another
explaining
wave,
the difference between
they
particle and
cancel
waves.
each other out. So now there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So, when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum.
This is where it gets weird, boys and girls.
An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. But we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense. But
It gets weirder.
physicists are clever. They thought, maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So, they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle. But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits, and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one, and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. Physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of 2 bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched. It was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange netherworld of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer collapsed the wave function simply by observing.
Isn't that crazy? Doesn't that make your mind hurt? So, the pattern changed based on the fact that they were watching. The observer affected the outcome. Isn't that crazy? Doesn't that make your mind flip? And you can actually do this experiment at home too, with off-the-shelf like equipment you can buy in an electronics store. You can set up this experiment at home and do it yourself, and you can get those 2 patterns. You can get the wave pattern and the particle pattern, the interference pattern. And you can observe it at home, real time. It's crazy. Now, there's a lot more understanding on why it does that. But imagine like a system. And a system behaves a certain way. Well, when you introduce new things to a system, that changes the way it works. And that's this experiment in a nutshell. The first experiment where they got the interference pattern, we weren't in the system. But when we started observing, we inserted ourselves into that closed system, so we affected the outcome by observing. If that makes a little bit more sense. I know it's still wackadoo, but yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? PDS Spacetime has a couple episodes on the Dell slit experiment where they talk about it and explain it a little bit more in depth, and they go really deep into the math on it. But they also show where they've done some extra experiments, like for instance, because they know that when you become an observer, you affect the outcome. But what happens if you don't actually observe the outcome until after it's happened? Like they put a method of detection in, but that detection is not revealed until after it hits the back wall. It gets so much crazier. The world of quantum mechanics is batshit insane. Well, that's a good question. I think there's a lot of conjecture on how we affect the wave pattern. They call it the wave function in quantum mechanics, and that observing the system collapses the wave, or collapses the wave function. You'll hear a lot. And this is kind of like we're skirting the very edge of what I know and what I understand. So anything deeper than that, I may not be able to help you very much in, but But I love stuff like that. I watch documentaries about this stuff all the time. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, in quantum mechanics, the act of observing can change the outcome. Which is why it's kind of a big deal when people say the observable universe. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening out there somewhere. And there's a huge chunk of the universe that we can't see and we can never see. So, how do you know what's going on beyond that boundary? It's interesting things to think about. Uh, Hi, Kaiser! When did you come in? You'd be surprised. What was going to be educational Film Friday turned into a lecture. We've been talking about like conspiracy theories and how to debate like hardcore conspiracy nuts, and then we got into like weird science stuff, and then we just went over the double slit experiment in quantum mechanics. It's been quite the evening. Quite the evening. Oh, I don't know that. I just regurgitate stuff that people talk to me about. Yeah, we were talking about the Fermi paradox. And if there are supposedly so many aliens around, how come we've never seen them? So, it's only 10 p.m. here. That's okay, it's the weekend though. No, you don't have to sleep on the weekend. The sleep is for the weak. Oh, shush, Kaiser. Don't say that. I'll put you in the timeout corner. I will. Oh, well, that's the easy way. But we've got pretty clever ways of detecting, like, if there's intelligent life somewhere. And we can do that by observing the light from distant stars. Um, like, there are certain chemical compounds and things that just do not occur naturally in the universe. And they have, or if they do occur naturally in the universe, they have extremely short half-lives. So they have to be made rather than existing naturally. And if we ever detect these chemical compounds, there's a pretty good chance that they're being manufactured and not just created naturally by some natural process. And it's by looking for those key indicators that's how we're searching for life currently. It's not just SETI, listening for radio signals in the night sky. We've got all kinds of clever methods of looking for life on civilizations. And mainly, it's by looking at what the effects are. So we're just looking for pollution. We're looking for the pollution that's caused by civilizations. Scared of a race that will kill each other? Well, I mean, if they have the ability to travel interstellar space, then that means they have a capability to create energy on a scale that we can only dream of. I am sure we would pose no threat to them whatsoever. If anything, we'd be put in a zoo and studied. Yeah, aliens came and visited and they saw VTubers and were like, what the fuck? And they got on up out of here. But they didn't meet me. They met me, they'd be my friend. I know it. We actually went why the like one of the ideas of why, or an answer to the Fermi paradox of if there's so many alien civilizations out there, why haven't we seen them? It could be that on the time scale of the universe, we've just existed at different times. And and they may have just been too far away to interact with. So it could be that we've had tens of thousands of civilizations pretty close to us, but just existed billions of years ago or haven't existed yet. They may exist long after we're gone. So they might not ever know about us, wondering the same things that we're wondering about them today. Alien VTubers? So can I be the leader? Like when they say, take me to your leader, can I be that leader? But if they compress space, remember what we talked about with the warp drive? I mean, it's far, and it's not just a paper either. I mean, they're actually testing to see if it works at EagleWorks, which is, NASA's like really big to do, like, test lab. That's where they test like the extreme ideas. And I mean, we have all the ocean floor there. There's not just a big hole down there. I've heard of it. I heard of it. I'm the queen of conspiracy theories. I know them all. Almost. I just learned about the Bosnian pyramid tonight, though. I'm gonna have to look that one up. But I'm pretty sure that one has been thoroughly debunked. And if you like watching shows that goes over like conspiracy theories and stuff, but also they're quite they're quite upfront about saying, hey, this is just like fringe ideas and fringe science. Nobody knows that this is real or not. And sometimes they'll even go outright and show the criticism and let you decide for yourself. Like the guy who said he found the Ark in Turkey, like Noah's Ark. The host of the show actually went into like how this guy has been known for like perpetrating frauds and all kinds of schemes to make money. What's the name of that show? The Y-Files. The Y-Files. That is a good show. That's one I highly recommend. Very well produced. He's got a silly sidekick called Hecklefish, and it's a goldfish and a bull that heckles him. It's really funny. But they do some, or like they're talking about the crystal skulls, and all the history about the crystal skulls, and how all the different ideas and theories around those. But they also go into that the guy who supposedly found them was known for faking things, and he happened to have a friend that was really good at carving quartz crystal, and all this other stuff like that. He has a really good show. I can't recommend the Y-Files enough. It's really good. They're all highly well produced. They're long-form videos, so it's not just like a quick 10-minute blurb or info dump.
This
Really
episode
good
of the
show.
Y-Files is brought to you by Aura. Hey,
I
it's
don't know
me.
why I haven't seen that
Thanks for
yet.
checking out this compilation. I wasn't sure if anyone was going to like these, but people seem to enjoy them, so
I love his videos on UFOs. They are really good. But how you were talking earlier about the Egyptian artifacts that they supposedly found in the Grand Canyon. He has an entire episode dedicated to that too. And he actually calls up and talks to the Smithsonian and asks them about it. Oh, is that loud? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's right, because I turned it up for the quantum mechanics video. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
If you've been injured in a
At least
recent
this is
car
better.
accident that wasn't your fault, I'm gonna show you how I got this $100,000 check, my car replaced, and my life
Is that
back on
better?
track for free, and how you can too in 30 seconds or less without ever having to plead your case to a greedy
I think I
attorney
made everyone
who
deaf.
really
Now they can't hear me at
doesn't
all.
care. So if you've been injured in a recent car accident that wasn't your fault, listen up. I was in a car accident 4 months ago. A car blew
Bath of benzyl alcohol
shut up, dude.
and turned on the polarized light to examine its structure. The test results didn't make sense. The skull defied everything the scientists
There,
knew
that might be a little bit
about
better.
physics, geology, engineering, and optics.
Sorry about that, guys. I forgot that I
The
had
level of
cranked it up
technology
because that one video
required to
being so
create the
quiet.
crystal skull didn't exist thousands of years ago, and it doesn't exist now.
Yeah, there's actually there's a really good debate because, you know, fair enough. You know, the British Museum did kind of plunder a lot of artifacts for their museums. The Smithsonian, to a certain degree, has done the exact same thing. And, you know, these artifacts were obtained during times where these countries may not have fully understood their cultural heritage and such. Yeah, it's kind of a big mess. Part of me is like, I like the idea of knowledge for all, and I love museums. And, you know, I probably will never ever get to go to Egypt because of health issues. So I appreciate that I can go to a museum and see Egyptian artifacts, you know? But at the same time, you know, they were kind of taken without permission, even though it was 200 years ago. We may not have known better then, but we certainly know better now. Part of me says that we should give them back. That they belong to those people. I will say though, I actually have a really heartwarming story about that in my home city of Atlanta. There was a local college that has a mummy collection, and you wouldn't think, you know, why does this little strange local college have a mummy collection? And apparently there was some guy like along the border of Canada that had some roadside, you know, mummy attraction, like a little sideshow, like creepy sideshow deal. And they bought it from him like forever ago. I forget how the story exactly goes, but it's been at this college for at least, you know, 100 years or so. Well, anyway, a couple of mummies had their arms crossed. And that's a sign that this mummy is possibly of like royal origin, because I think that's right. I don't know if that's right or not, but I think that's right. That if a mummy's arms are crossed, then it was potentially of royal origin. Well, as it turns out, they did a DNA test finally, and it was a royal mummy. In fact, it was one of the children of Ramses. Like, you know, one of the most famous pharaohs to have ever come from Egypt. And it is a really big deal. You know, like, how did he end up at some college or some sideshow, you know, roadside sideshow fair thing in Canada? But at some point, you know, he ended up here. But because he was of such importance to Egypt, this college was like, look, you know, technically, legally, you know, everything, we own this mummy. You know, he's ours. And as much as we would love to have this historically important mummy in our collection, he belongs in Egypt. So they gave him back to Egypt. And as a thank you to the city of Atlanta for doing this, the what's his name? He's always on TV. The chief antiquities guy from Egypt. Chief Antique Egypt. What's his name? That guy right there. Hawass, yeah, this guy. He was so thankful. In office for 2 months? What? Anyway, he was so thankful that we returned the mummy that he put together a special exhibition of Egyptian artifacts that had never been outside of Egypt. And they came here to Atlanta. And I was able to go see that, and that was an amazing exhibit. They had a lot of King Tut artifacts that had never left Egypt before. Like some of the artifacts they found at his tomb, like his bed, like the bed that he actually slept on, was still intact after all this time. And they had it there. A chair that he sat in. His shoes. They had his like little sandal shoes in the collection. And they also brought over just tons and tons of other artifacts too. But that was amazing. But I think that's a really good example of like an educational institution that should know better, and they realize like, hey, you know, this mummy is of such importance. We can guarantee that he was taken out of the country illegally and that he should have never been anywhere near the Americas. So we're going to do the right thing and give him back to the country of Egypt. And as a big thank you, you know, Egypt gave us like something that no other city has been able to see. So I really like that. That was really cool. I wonder if I can find the article, Egypt, Mummy, Atlanta, College, Royal. Let's see if that brings anything up. Yep, Royal Mummy will return home to Emory University. That's right. The scholarly evidence suggests it is that of the missing pharaoh Ramses I, the founder of the famous line that included Seti and Ramses II. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He was the father of Ramses. The Bible Ramses. Ramses II was the one that was in the Bible, and Ramses I was his father. And this mummy ended up being Ramses I. No, I didn't go to this college. I had a friend who went to the law school there. Emory is a pretty, well, it's a local school, but it's a big local school. They have a medical school. They have law school there, obviously, and they had this mummy collection that they had obtained from some sideshow way back when. Yeah, the King's Chamber. So yeah, apparently we had Ramses I this entire time, sitting here in Atlanta, and no one ever knew it. But I do like the fact. I do like the fact that the college, once we realized who this mummy was, we were like, okay, he's of such historical importance that we have no right to his remains. So they repatriated him. Yep. Oh gosh, that was 20 years ago. Doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Well, no, I guess that makes sense because I was still in high school when that exhibit came through. And 2002 was before they. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That makes sense in my head. What was really cool about the exhibit, though, was that they had this big entrance ceremony where you stood like in front of this big stone door, and there's this audio come your water. Why would you say that? Why would you say I'm old? I was trying to do my cry toggle, but I can't find it. But I'm crying. I'm crying thanks to you. Shut up. You going to the punishment corner, mister. What was I saying? I totally got sidetracked. Um. I was born in 1996. You can do the math. That's the only time I will ever say my age. So there. Wait, you're 35? Oh. It's okay. It's 4 o'clock in the morning for you. You're excused. I think tired typing is along the same lines as jock typing. '96. Yeah, 28 technically. Well, I can't math tonight. Shut up. May 11th. May 1-1. I keep forgetting that it's 2025. I still think of 2024. It's, I lost my job back in November. And it's kind of weird. Like when you wake up every day for a job, you know, you're very aware of time and days and schedules and things like that. But I've been out of work for so long. It's just everything blends together. Like Wednesday of this week, I legitimately, like in my heart of hearts, believed it was still Tuesday. I did not know that Wednesday had come. Oh, what do I survive on? I had some savings. And I'm also doing like I've been doing a little bit of part-time work here and there, just to kind of make ends meet. But mostly savings right now. That was also kind of one of the reasons I wanted to try streaming a little bit to see if I might be able to make a little bit of money this way. But mainly, the streaming is mainly just to find people. Since I wasn't working, you know, I was feeling really alone at home a lot. So but I mean, it doesn't take much to sustain me. I don't eat a lot, you know, and the medical issues are probably the most expensive thing I got going right now. But luckily, my doctors are really working with me right now since I don't have insurance at the moment. Um, and I've been getting by on like generic medicines that are really cheap. Yeah, I did set up the Patreon. I haven't got that going yet. Um, I've been slow to kind of set that stuff up. I feel bad, like I don't know. It feels weird that I'm like, hey, give me money for just talking and playing games, guys. I don't know. It's like, I don't feel like I deserve it. Like I haven't worked for it. Does that make sense? Well, I mean, if it would just help me buy a new computer, that would be nice. Um, because I mean, you guys know that I had the hard drive seal a couple of nights ago, which is what wiped out all my games. Um, Just thank God it was a secondary hard drive and not the main one, right? But you know, I'm using like my computer is 4 or 5 years old, and it's barely able to run all this. I was really shocked that I was able to run the Monster Hunter Wilds demo. But it ran it. It seemed to do okay. So, but of course, it wasn't too long after that that drive died. So maybe it wasn't okay, and I didn't know it. Enemy girls talk about science. You'd be surprised. I mean, VTubers are getting more. I mean, Gargura just or did something for the LA Dodgers in the stadium. So, I mean, VTubers aren't a fringe thing like they used to be. And trust me, girls dig bassists. That and drummers. If you were a drummer, oh, you'd be drowned in girls. But bassist, I mean, wasn't Tommy Lee a bassist? He got Pamela Lee. His music, oh, that's good. Good for you, Water. And here is the trick to winning girls. Be authentic. And always remember, kindness costs nothing. That's it. That's all there is to it. I promise. Well, and don't be lazy. I mean, you do have to put in some work. That's true for anything, though. That's true for anything. Yeah, definitely. Humor helps. Humor helps. Girls like to laugh. That's true. I usually find I'm the one making everybody else laugh, though. Are you saying you're loaded, Kaiser? Huh? You're looking more attractive now than ever. How much money do you have? I kid, I kid. I joke, I joke. No comment? Yeah, that is true. There are women, sadly, that are very what's a word that doesn't make me sound too catty? um Shit, ain't that the truth? Oh my god, inflation is ugh. I've been eating like well, I do admit I like tacos. I've been eating a lot of tacos lately. I probably should stop. Um Tonight's been a very interesting stream. I've kind of had a lot of fun. I really hope I haven't been boring you guys. You know, I saw a year or two ago, I think, I saw a special where uh McDonald's was doing a special Valentine's Day offer to where it was like an actual candlelit dinner in a restaurant. You had to make reservations to go eat at this McDonald's on Valentine's Day. It was so funny. Yeah, that's usually what I do. I'll order from, well, I get DoorDash. I'll order from those. And I'll get the 3 tacos. And I always get like the fajita veggies on it. I get the grilled peppers and onions. And lots of pico, and I don't do the cheese because the cheese will make you fat. But some of the rice, but you know, I don't pound it on with the cheese. I like cheese though. Cheese is good. I typically do. Um, it's just this week I've been kind of short on groceries. Um, Actually, this last week I've been streaming so much that's all I've been doing is sleeping and streaming. Trying to figure out all the ins and outs to see if I can get this going. Well, and I've been filling out tons of applications online. So hopefully I can get like a normal day job. I think even if I do get a normal day job, I'm gonna keep streaming as much as I can, especially at nights on the weekends. That's why I've been streaming at nights on the weekends. Is I'm trying to treat this as if I can still continue to do this even if I have a daytime job. Ah, thank you, Water. That's sweet. Yeah, today's the 10th day. Yeah, if I started streaming Monday a week ago. So Monday would have been 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I think I've been sleeping too much though. I think part of that is because I've been feeling really down about having so much trouble finding a job. Um, as much as I hate to say it, sometimes it feels like they always ask if you have a disability or not. And while technically I don't, I mean, like I don't have a handicap stick or anything. Um, I don't know. Sometimes I think that's what keeps me from finding a good job at times. Although technically it's supposed to be against the law, but you can't help but feel that. Like I've had, yeah, the last one was last week. I've had 3 interviews where everything really sounded good. Like everything was going great until I go for the in-person interview. And then it's like the day after they see me, it's kind of like, and they see that, I kind of have, well, I mean, I don't advertise it, but sometimes you can tell I have a little bit of a walking issue. Um, and sometimes I wonder if they see that and they're like, oh, she can't work here. And then they'll email me and say, we've decided not to hire anyone. And I'm like, after that happens 3 times in a row, you start to feel like, is it me? Is something wrong with me? Yeah. I kind of struck up a friendship with the HR person at this last job that I came really close to getting. And I'm thinking about just going to her and say, hey, look, I realize this job is no longer, in the cards for me, but can you just help me? Like I need some legitimate feedback on what I can do better. Like, what am I missing? Because this, at a certain point, you start to feel like it's me, not you. When you break up with somebody, it's not you, it's me. Um, but yeah, so that's been weighing on my mind a lot. That's probably one reason I've been streaming so much is it helps get my mind off that. Um, Especially after you've been filling out like applications all day long. Somebody told me it's because a lot of companies are relying on AI now to do their preliminary screening on resumes. So, um, so I signed up for an AI service that helps you tailor your resume to the job you're applying for. But now it means it takes much longer to fill out a resume for any job. Like it takes me an hour to apply just for one job now, to where before it would just take like 10 minutes or so. So, but we'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed. I hope to find something soon. I can probably last until late summer with the amount of savings I have. But then that's going to be like all my savings. Thank God I had them. But, you know, I did that for that reason. Because I was like, you know, heaven forbid if I lose work, how am I going to survive for, you know, 6 to how many ever months that it takes for me to find a new job? Oh, thank you, Water. You're so sweet. But yeah, it's been like 6 months now. So, crossing fingers. I know one way everyone can help me is just, you know, spread the word. If I can get people into the stream and start watching and subscribing, you know, maybe I can make money from Twitch. So yeah, spread the word. Tell it, bring your friends. Hold their dogs hostage. Tell them nippers will get it, unless they watch Professor Kira. No, don't feel sad for me. Don't feel sad for me. Or Nad. Don't feel Nad for me either. I mean, it could be a lot worse, right? I mean, for all the issues I have, it's never been like that of a fail type. Like it's never been like I'm living with a disease that's gonna kill me, right? So, that's the attitude that I've always had. It's not killing me. It just makes things inconvenient from time to time. Things will work out. They always do. Crossing fingers, crossing toes. And anything else I can cross. It's hard to explain. There's not really a name for it. My body overproduces uric acid, which everybody has uric acid in their system. But I produce it like a crack house. And that causes a buildup in my joints, like it crystallizes in my joints. And it can make it really painful to walk or stand. And it also causes kidney stones. Like I've had over 20 kidney stones, I think. And most of them had to be surgically removed. So that was not a fun time. Because they have to go in after it. And you can imagine how they go in. It's not fun. Not fun. Oh no! That's horrible. Well, things are better now. Like I said, there used to not be any kind of treatment for this because it's like I said, I don't even think there's really a name for it. But like I said, you know, finally, you know, it got so painful I couldn't walk or stand anymore. And my parents, we all piled up in the van and decided to go to the Mayo Clinic in Florida. It's kind of like a Hail Mary pass. And when we went down there, the doctor I spoke to said, "Hey, there's this new medicine on the market. Technically, it's experimental, but I think I can get you into it because it's in like broad trials." And so they got me into it. And what it did is that this medicine went in. It was a couple of months of infusion, right? So like chemo infusions, but it was this medicine, and it dissolved all the crystals in all my joints throughout my body, and it was it changed the game. Hyperuricemia is a name for the overproduction, but they don't know why it occurs. Does that make sense? It's not the underlying cause, that's the effect. Because part of it is just not the overproduction of uric acid. Part of it is the fact that your immune system thinks of it, it treats it like arthritis, because it kind of is an arthritis in some sense. And your immune system will attack it like arthritis. So your joints get really swollen, get really red, hot to the touch. So there's that. I can give you the name of the drug. It was called Cristexa. I'd never heard of it before. And to give you an idea of how insane that drug was, it's like $30,000 an ounce. Protesca? No, it's a Cristexa, K-R-Y. Yeah, Krystxxa. That's what it was. Yeah, the shit's for gout treatment. High uric acid does cause gout, so I guess that's part of it too. But imagine it all over your body. Like, you can even see it in my ears. Like, my ears had these little white tips on it. That was the crystals forming in the tips of my ears. It was crazy. So for a while there, it looked like I had little elf ears with these like little white points on the ends. Yeah, thank God. Thank God my insurance at the time covered it 100%. I didn't have to pay any of it because the treatment was, because it's so new and technically it's still experimental, it's so crazy expensive. And I was really afraid that because of the experimental nature, insurance wouldn't cover it. But at that point, I was so desperate. I was like, you know what? If I have to go into debt for the rest of my life, it's worth it. And the thing about the medicine is that it dissolved all the crystals, right? So I don't have any of that pain anymore, which is wonderful. But my body still overproduces uric acid. So one day I might need to go through treatment again, depending if my body still goes crazy. Now I have maintenance drugs that kind of keep that down and that kind of help keep flushing it out of my body. Like I drink tons of water. Oh my gosh. I drink so much water every day to help flush it out of my system. But it's still not a cure. My body still does whatever it wants to do apparently. So that's that. I only met one other person that seemed to have this issue, and it was a guy in Kentucky. He had lots of kidney stones like I did. Oh wow, are you better now though? I've heard Crohn's is pretty bad too. I hope you're okay. Don't feel bad for me because, like I said, I got the treatment. I'm way better. There are still some residual effects because I've had this going on my life. And I have you know, the scars on my elbows and knees where I've had multiple surgeries to remove what they call tophi buildup. Because I tried to go in and like manually remove all the crystals. And you know, I still have some joint pain just because, you know, it dug into the bone and that will always be there. But I mean, I can walk around, I can stand for a while, I can go up and down stairs. I mean, I'm way better than I used to be. So, don't feel bad for me. Don't feel bad for me. I'll be okay. What country are you in, Water? You said it's probably 5 a.m. there now. I like knowing where all my boys are at. Slovenia. I've always wanted to go to Slovenia. Slovenia is one of those countries where a lot of people don't think it's good for a vacation, but if you know what's what, it's like really beautiful and there's lots of great history everywhere. You just have to realize it's there. Don't? I take it you don't like being there? You wouldn't want me to come visit you? Is that what you're saying? You don't like me? You don't like me? I like guilt tripping everybody, so don't take me seriously. I'm really good at throwing on guilt trips. That's my superpower. Guilt tripping men into doing my bidding. I don't know, let's look up. Let's see. Slovenia tourism. See, look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, that is so beautiful. What a little castle. That is amazing looking. I love cities that have waterways like that. Do like really old architecture. I've always fantasized about like living on a river like that in an old city with a town square, a plaza or piazza. Top sites. Check out Bleth. Uh-oh. This looks like a, go away from that site. That looks like a bad site. Uh-oh, somebody dropped off. I'm down to 3 viewers. I always get so close. There's a special, there's a, like one of the goals they give you when you first start is to get 5 people in your chat room at once. And I always get up to 4. And I get so close, but then somebody leaves me. Where's it at? Where's the little goalpost thing that they put for you? I forget. No, it's not there. But yeah, they always say like the first goals they give you is to get 50 followers, and to get 5 concurrent chatters. I know, Kaiser, you're right. Oh, hey, look, we just hit 5. Holy shit! As soon as I complain about it, it just went up to 5. All right, Twitch, curse you. Hello, it's just you or whoever you are. We were just talking about how Twitch has like a little goalpost set up for you streamers. We have 5 concurrent chatters. 6! Should I complain about $1 million right now? What the hell? Oh no! What the hell? Oh. Somebody dipped in and then dipped out. Was like, nope, not for me. I'm not gonna watch some bitch complain about viewers. Oh, so close. So close. Twitch, you fickle bitch. Yeah. Gonna put that on a t-shirt. Twitch, you fickle bitch. But you know what? This was supposed to be Educational Film Fridays. And we totally have not watched a single Prelinger Archive video yet. I think we should. He wants to do an educational video. Let's do an educational video. I've been talking about science all night long. Let's go laugh at something. Oh, I started Googling myself. How bad is that? Prelinger Archives. And for those who don't know, the Prelinger Archives are an archives of videos that are all the educational films from like the 50s and 60s that they used to show in classrooms. So they're all like, you know, public domain. They are insane with some of the things they talk about. I know I'm probably going to end up showing the monkey children video again. There was one video where they're doing bike safety for children, except they were all dressed up as monkeys, and they all got run over and died horrible deaths. I'm not even joking. One kid got run over by a steamroller. And they're like, bike safety, kids, or you'll get run over by a steamroller. So let's pick a video at random here. I have learned though we should stay away from the atomic bomb videos because those just make me angry. No lie, they were showing like the effects of Hiroshima, and they actually said that everybody that had radiation poisoning got better and led normal lives with no genetic defects in their children at all, which was 100% wrong. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, let's learn about controlling emotions. Shall we do that, boys and girls? No, this goes back beyond VHS tapes. These are like old 8mm reels, like film. These are very old. Like this one's from 1950. 75 years ago. Here we go. Tell me if it's too quiet. They start off with a forest fire.
Before men learned
Don't get upset at the fire.
and put it to work, it was man's greatest enemy. In much the same way, your emotions can be your own greatest enemy. Or under control, your emotions can make you healthier and happier and improve the lives of people around you. I think of fire in connection with emotions because when you become stirred up, when your emotions control your actions.
Who wants to make bets on that this guy burned down a building when he was a kid?
Psychology
I equate fire with emotions.
Can be gained by
Yeah,
understanding the
pyromaniac.
stimulus response pattern. When you have certain experiences, you respond with various emotions. Stimulus response. Just as this sort of stimulus produces this sort of involuntary muscular response. Well, that's
No,
a
that
rather
looks
simplified
fake.
suggestion of a complex mental process, but you get the idea. Cause, effect. Nature endows us at birth with 3 general patterns of emotional response: rage,
Oh, here we
It's
go.
the response to the primary
Rage.
stimulus,
Check.
of
I've got that.
something interfering with our
Warning.
behavior or actions. Fear is the response to loud noises or loss of support.
No.
And the emotional
But
response
I
to
fear
love
mass murder.
is usually the result of
I fear
a
love.
show of affection or favors. And these
Favors.
seem to be the
Oh.
emotions with which we start
What
life.
kind of favors there, Professor?
Then as we grow up, many everyday things and social situations become associated with
I
these
fear
primary
women too,
stimuli,
Water. It's okay.
partly by a process called conditioning.
Women are bitches.
And so many things and people cause us to respond emotionally. And in general, that's good.
Rage,
For
fear, and
there are
love.
many
I mean,
factors involved in a personality.
I don't think that's the sum total
A balance
of emotional factors there, buddy.
is important.
I was
to a
being silly,
well-rounded
Water.
personality. But emotions out of control.
It was a joke.
Well,
It was a joke.
let's take a look at a slice of everyday life to understand how some stimuli can bring about various emotions.
Friendly fire.
What might happen to you, or to me, or to Jeffrey Moore? Jeff is
Hey,
an
I just call it like I
ordinary
see
and
it.
healthy and
There are
well-balanced
women out
young
there
fellow.
that.
He usually gets along well with
I was
people.
always kind of a tomboy growing
And
up,
on
though.
this
I always
particular
hung out with the
Friday
boys
afternoon,
more so
Jeff and
than
his
my
pals are
girlfriends.
discussing a big triple
I mean, I
date
certainly had girlfriends, but I didn't like. I never played with dolls or any of that stuff. I just wasn't into it.
I don't know if I'll be
I did have a little stuffed, like, husky dog that I carried
How
around a
about
lot.
letting Jeff,
I
the
miss
old
him.
soda jerk, fix you up a snappy salsa? Okay.
What is he?
Some jerk. Okay, Bub. I saw the whole Y stunt. Now, just suppose you clean it up. Go on, wise guy. Clean it up. Yeah.
This is a normal, everyday scenario. I frequently pour drinks back and forth from glass to glass.
Well, suppose I don't fix.
Did he just really say wise guys, eh? Wise guys, eh?
I got a darn good notion to let you guys walk to the park. What got into him? Gee, I don't know.
You were just making fun of him.
Why is Jeff angry? What's the stimulus that brings on this sudden emotional response of anger
Drugstore.
or mild rage? Well, it might be that Jeff
Why
feels
were teenagers
forfeited
hanging
he
out at a
fails in the
drugstore?
fancy trick to impress his pals. So he gets mad at his pals. And now it's later than he thought. He tries a shortcut, hurrying to get home.
God, who in the world left that there? What a time to water the lawn.
Shortcuts often lead to trouble, and thus loss of emotional control. You've heard, haste makes waste. Jeff is frustrated by the sprinkler, but he asked for it. Of course, Jeff's going to get
No,
the
he
car
didn't.
ready
When
for
did
the
he
party
ask for
tonight.
a sprinkler?
He wouldn't really miss a chance to impress the gang.
Ooh, a fancy car.
But, starter won't work. Again, his behavior
Where's the
is
key? Wait. They had push-button starters? In the 50s? I thought that was something only in new cars.
thwarted, and a habit is being developed.
What?
A habit of allowing such things to annoy him. Jeff's
Like he's gonna
losing
know what to
control
look
of
for.
himself. His thinking is becoming muddled, and he's careless in his actions. The madder he gets, the worse it becomes. Did you ever hear anyone say, "I was so mad I couldn't see straight"? Severe emotional stress often decreases efficiency.
You know, where I grew up in Tennessee, it was a really small town. There was a rumor going around town that my dad beat somebody to death with a hammer at the bank. We still make fun of it
See
today.
what I mean? And of course, it's the fault of the wrench. This is called projection. He's projecting the blame to the wrench. Well, we've
Why'd he
seen
throw it
Jeff
away?
lose control of himself in rage. Let's see how the rest of the family is doing.
See, the girl way to deal with that is when you're mad at something, you just, you cut that wrench off from ever having sex with you again. So that's what he should have done with the wrench. Just say, hey, you're not that pretty. Your sister is cuter, and I'm never having sex with you again. That's the correct way to do it.
Mother! Oh, it's wonderful!
Mother!
I love the new dress you made.
Oh, thank you, Joan, dear.
See how the
What
new
the hell
dress
is she
tends
wearing?
to stimulate Joan's love for Mother? This makes both Mother and Joan happier. But how does it affect Jeff?
That almost looks like a maid cosplay, doesn't it?
And how does his anger affect the others?
Oh, you're the sweetest, bestest mother a girl ever had.
I'm
Uh-oh,
glad you
sibling
like the
rivalry.
dress, Joan.
Oh, I'm so happy. I could be a model. Or a cover girl.
I'm so
Hey,
happy.
what's gotten into that crazy
I'm so
sister?
happy.
Oh, Jeff, don't be that way.
Notice how Mother seems to become angry herself because of Jeff's anger. Perhaps she shouldn't, but anger is a violent emotion, and we often see an induction of behavior or spread of emotion
Okay, we should take bets now. Who backhands who first? Is the mom gonna backhand him first?
to other persons, almost like a contagious disease.
Hi, Raj.
Hello, Jeff.
His little brother is a two-bit gangster. What the hell is that? Did you see that look he gave him?
Hi, Raj.
Hold on. Like, yeah, see, yeah. You came in the wrong room, kid. Yeah.
Hello, Jeff.
Hey, what have you got? Well, that's my letter. Give me that.
Let me.
Why,
I got your
you
letter.
dirty little sneak. You gonna give me that letter? Are you gonna give it to me?
No.
Okay, I'll show you up.
Uh-oh.
Mother!
What,
Brother, you gonna give me my
what were
letter?
those cats?
Will you give me that letter? I'll teach you not to open my mail.
I didn't know drop it! Stop it!
Drop that coat hanger.
Sometimes
That was the
rage,
fakest
fear,
crying
and
I've ever
love are
heard.
aroused together at the same time. Mother's love of her children and her fear for Roger's safety were mixed with anger, almost rage, at both boys for the part they played in the flare-up. Of course, Jeffrey's family didn't realize that he had been exposed to one irritating situation after another, an accumulation of stimuli which brought about an abnormally strong response. And what did this do to Jeff, this sort of uncontrolled emotional outburst? Well, he regrets some of the things he said, but he can't unsay them. He's tired. That feeling of fatigue may spoil a good time on his date tonight. And if this sort of flare-up is repeated
I've been
often,
there.
it might lead
God
to a
knows I've been
permanently
there.
warped personality. What could Jeff
Yeah,
do to
permanently
keep
warped.
under
I don't know about
control?
that.
Well, we say he could, 1, eliminate the stimulus, 2, modify the stimulus, or 3, modify the response. With these 3 ideas in mind, let's examine Jeff's episode again. To control his emotions, Jeff eliminates the stimulus, the failure to impress his pals, by trying such fancy tricks only when he can do them successfully. But sometimes the trick fails.
Whoa.
There are many times when you can't eliminate the stimulus. Try to modify the stimulus. Standing off and looking at himself, Jeff realizes that a slip like that won't really hurt his standing with the gang. Taking it all lightly as a good sport, Jeff impresses the gang a lot more than if he gets angry over such a little thing. It helps to recognize and understand the emotional pattern. Then it's easier to eliminate or modify the stimulus. And there's another
I can
even
kind
more
of see what
valuable
he's
way
getting
to
at,
control your emotions.
and I think it's actually probably a good
Modify the
message.
response. Rather than get in the habit of getting angry, Jeff can substitute.
I think this all
He can
boils down to
modify his
conflict
response
resolution.
by seeing the humor in the situation. What good does it do to get angry about this? When Jeff's in the habit of
But,
controlling
I
his
mean,
emotions, his thinking is straighter.
They're missing a lot here.
Push the button. No starter. Let's see. Pull the light switch. No light. That means something. Reason it out. No horn either. So, must be a dead battery. That's straight thinking, unmuddled by emotional disturbances.
Well, that's straight
And
thinking,
it's a simple
dude.
thing to call the garage or someone for a push and a recharge. No need to fly off the handle and take it out on the things and the people around. When he tries to understand his emotions and those of people around him, Jeff has less
Yeah,
trouble
I can
controlling
understand
himself.
that. But that's all a
And
part,
he
like,
and
conflict
those around him
resolution.
are happier.
Conflict resolution is not just trying... Like, this is very typical of, like, it puts all the onus of responsibility on the person and how he takes and reacts to it. And yeah, sure, that's a lot of it, but there's more to it than that. There's more to it than that.
The more he exercises control of his emotional behavior, the easier it becomes to meet the next situation without losing control.
Well, how about it? Either the plane or the letter.
And so it goes. A happier time all around.
If anybody has ever had a younger sibling, that's not the way that works. You cannot buy off a younger sibling whose entire goal is just to make your
When
day
emotions are
shit.
under control.
Hey, Raj. How about you help me get the car pushed out of
You
the
are the
garage?
youngest?
We
Oh,
just
you're the
started to fix
culprit.
up for tonight. You know, if the car's running, I can drop you off the movies tonight before I go out.
Yes, by a better understanding of the emotional patterns of everyday life, and by knowing how you respond to various stimuli, you can develop better control by eliminating the stimulus, or by modifying the stimulus, or by modifying the response. You can control the fire of your emotions. You can balance your emotions and use them so that your personality becomes more pleasant. And you and those around you are a great deal happier and healthier.
I have never had this much fun with marshmallows in my life. That wasn't totally bad. That wasn't as crazy as some of the ones that we've seen. Like, it certainly wasn't Steamroller rolling over children for bike safety. But I feel like, I don't know, I have feelings about this, simply because, you know, it puts the onus of responsibility of all that on the person that has things happen to them. But, you know, sometimes having emotions is a good thing, not just controlling them or hiding them, which is, I feel like, where they were going. You know, there's no problem in letting people know that, hey, your behavior frustrates me. And the way you're acting is putting me into a bad mood. Would you please stop? Or actually, in the future, don't put me into this position again. And I will give you the same kind of consideration if I ever know you in some way. I don't know. I feel like there's a huge chunk of conflict resolution missing here. But, okay, this one wasn't as bad as some of the ones we've seen. Clearly. Water, do you want to see the monkey children one that I was talking about? It is the worst. Okay. I can't help it. This video makes me laugh every time. Well, if it'll come up. It being slow tonight. Come on, Archive! Prelinger. Prelinger. Oh, don't tell me the Prelinger Archives went down. This happened last time, too. Oh, here we go. Yay! Oh my god, this one is so twisted. This one is so twisted. Tell me if I need to turn the volume up.
This story is about 10 rather close relations of ours who seem to get into almost exactly the same kind of trouble we do. All 10 of these jolly characters lived in the same neighborhood and were all good friends, generally speaking. Each of them had a bicycle, and each took care of
They're
their bicycle
furries.
in exactly the
They're all
care of
furries.
himself. One day, they held a group think and decided to have a picnic in a little park just 9 blocks away. Now, that doesn't sound far, but a lot can happen in 9 blocks, right? Well, sound off out there. I said right? Right. So, they all ran home and made themselves sandwiches. I know that doesn't sound too likely, but of course, human. Then they hurried back, all ready to go. Now, one of the 10 was a rather hungry type. His name was Slim Jim McGupney, and his picnic lunch was what you might call a portable banquet, right? Right. Slim knew that his big sack would be hard to handle, so he asked Orville Slump if he'd carry it for him. Orville had a basket on the rear of his bike. He was a good sort, and he answered, okay. Some of the others noticed this and asked him if he'd carry theirs, too. Orville answered graciously, well, I guess so. And naturally, everybody else did the same until Orville's rear basket looked like a chuck wagon.
Who packs a lunch that big?
At last, they were ready to go, and
Look, see, monkey children.
They went.
Isn't this disturbing? I do feel bad for the one kid running along with no bike.
Jasperson. He had the newest bike in the bunch, and he was as proud of it as he could be. He made it a point to get in the lead, and there he intended to stay. It would seem that Rooty Toot was a slam-bang go-getter headed for big things in life, right? Right. But when you have to be first all the time, there are a few things you find you don't have time for. Such things as making hand signals. Oh, he knew very well that bike riders are supposed to signal just like all
You know,
the
I
others.
have never
Hand down for
made a
slow
hand
or
signal
stop.
while riding a bike.
Hand up
I
for
didn't
right
even know that
turn.
was a thing.
Hand straight out for left turn. But pretty soon, he began to feel silly making so many signals to stay out in front. So he skipped one to rest his poor old tired arm. Just one signal, once. At this
And
point,
he's run over.
Rooty Toot Jasperson left the party.
He left the party. In other words, that kid is dead. I like how the rest of the group is just like, hey, where did Rooty Toot go? He was in front. We saw him get hit by a car. Oh well, let's continue on.
Christened Tinkerbell McDillingfitty. She's a sweet and lovely girl, but she has a rather poor memory. Sometimes she forgets to brush her teeth. Sometimes she leaves homework at home. and sometimes she forgets to look at traffic signals. Now she knows that she should. She knows that she should ride just like auto drivers
You can see this one
drive.
coming.
But she's so busy being happy all the time that her little thoughts tend to wander, and, oh, dear, they're wandering again. Ooh.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no!
Exit Tinkerbell McDillingfitty. She forgot now and then.
She forgot now and then. She thinks no more because she's dead.
Now, let me introduce Philip Flugel. He's a star athlete, the president of his class, an honor student, and he has the handsomest profile in school. Just look at it, will you? Now, Flug, as his friends call him, has one little flaw in his character. He is very easily bored. Right now, he's asking himself why everyone has to go up
This is me.
side
I'm
of the
easily
street.
bored.
It's so samey. So, proving that even a class president can make mistakes, he
I'm
decided
zany.
to ride against traffic. Oh, he knows that auto drivers never do this, and that he should follow the very same traffic rules. But he's in the mood to do something different. Anyway, there are no policemen around to see him.
Will he survive? Oh no!
Philip Flugel is no longer bored.
Philip Flugel is no longer alive. And also, did you see that? Like, his eyes right before he got hit? See, this really disturbs me. Oh God. This nightmare fuel. Can you imagine being given money by the government or some kind of educational foundation, and you're like, hey, we should make an educational film for children on bike safety. And the way we do this is we take 10 children and we murder them all. I like the little sound effect that makes it sound like he flew several dozen feet before hitting
Philip
something.
Flugel is no longer bored.
Nope. He's no longer anything. That's not even the worst death so far. The worst death is yet to come.
Wondered about this fellow on foot. Well, his name is Mosby Pomegranate. He is splendid in dramatics, but he works so hard
This
memorizing
is the
his
only
lines that
one
he
to
doesn't get
survive.
around to a lot of other things. He never made it down to register his bike and get a license for it. He knows very well that a license makes it easy to find out who he is if he's in an accident, and makes the bike easy to trace if it's lost or stolen. That's his trouble.
You know, I never even knew you had to license or register a bike.
Someone rode off with his
I never
bike.
did that as a kid.
He went to the police, but of course they couldn't help him since it had no license or registration. He stomped out of the police station angrily, and he's been stomping ever since.
Someone's been frying eggs in his shoes.
Farewell,
I hate it.
Mosby Pomegranate, victim of fallen arches.
I mean, compared to getting hit by a dump truck, I would rather have fallen arches, I think.
If you look carefully, you'll see Trigby Phipps. He's the smaller one in Eclipse, trying to make that bike go. His passenger is an old friend of ours, Slim Jim McGuffney. Slim Jim's bike recently collapsed from the effects of his diet, And Trigley, being a nice little fellow, agreed to ride
That
it.
they said
Now,
he's so bad he
knows
flattened his
that no
bike.
auto driver would drive with a passenger in his lap. He also knows that you can't see ahead very well with someone on the handlebars, and that you can't control the bike well, and that you can't make signals either. Furthermore, it is tiring. Right? Right.
Hey, oh no! Not the open manhole!
So long, fellas. There seems to be a flaw in the buddy system.
He was just trying to do his bro solid and give him a ride.
Meet Nellie Zweibach. She's as nice as can be on foot. But when she gets on that bike, sweet Nellie becomes terribly impatient with other people's driving. Although there are only a few left now, she's having trouble sharing the street with them. So, Nelvert is about to make a decision she'd never make if she weren't angry. There she goes. There she goes. She knows that riding on
Oh,
the
no.
sidewalk isn't allowed in
Not
her
the
city and
sidewalk.
many others, and that even where it is, pedestrians always have the right of
Why
way.
is she raging?
But Nelbert's upset, and she'd like to know just one good reason why she shouldn't take over the sidewalk all to herself. Nelbert Zweibach got her one good reason.
Looks like two good reasons. I don't know, but she knocked two women up in the air into a tree. And they were okay with it because they were smiling, so, you know, go figure.
Those noise transportation of Filbert Bagel. Filbert hates his old bike. He refuses to take care of it because his folks will probably give him a new one for his birthday. He can't see any reason for taking care of a heap of junk, even if he made it that way himself. He will in a moment, though. You see, he doesn't know it, but he'll find out that there's not a shred of a brake left.
I like how he's trying to stop the bike. No, not the steamroller!
Now, Filbert would be the first to agree that if it's worth riding, it's worth taking care of. Right? Right.
I forgot about the squirt noise. I forgot about the squirt noise.
Filbert would be the
Did
first
you hear
to
the
agree
squirt?
that if it...
Ah! Oh no, that squirt at the end.
Now, Filbert would be the
That's
first
so
to agree that
gross.
if it's worth riding, it's worth taking care of. Right? Right.
Onward! Who cares if 8 of our friends have been smashed by cars and run over by steamrollers?
Quickly meet
We gotta get to this
Stanislaw
picnic.
Higginbottom while you can. He's a nice boy, but he won't be with us long.
Oh, he's got a tongue hanging out of his mouth.
You are now looking straight at Stanislaw Higginbottom. He has neither lights nor reflectors. Stanislaw just wasn't quite bright enough. All of which leads to
Oh, that's so horrible.
he'll get fat all right. And here's why he ended up with all these groceries that he doesn't really want. This was Rooty Toot Jasperson. Maybe you remember why he didn't make the picnic. He didn't signal, just once. Do you recall Tinkerbell McDillingfiddy? She forgot to watch the signals, just once. And good old Phil Flugel, he rode up the wrong side of the street, once. Mossby Pomegranate was the walking
Those
one.
eyes.
He didn't get around
Those
to
eyes
registering
bugging
his
out of
bike
their
and
head.
getting a license. It would have taken him only
He survived,
3
though.
months. The small one was Trigby Phipps, and his passenger was Slim Jim McGuffney. They rode double into trouble. Who can forget Nelbert Swyback? She wanted to know one good reason why the sidewalks didn't belong to her. Then there was Filbert Bagel. He didn't take care of his brakes, so they didn't take care of him. And good old Stanislaw Higginbottom. No lights, no reflector, no Stanislaw. So that's why Orville Slump is picnicking alone today. He watched the signals, he obeyed traffic signs, he made hand signals, he rode alone.
Swaying back
he
and
stayed
forth
on the
like a
right
little
side of the
psycho.
street, got a license, rode just like auto drivers drive, and kept the brakes and all in good condition. And he got fat. Of course, it was very lonely, but not as lonely as this.
Oh, God.
But then, as anyone can plainly see, he wasn't a monkey, right? Now, that sounds as if you really mean it, right?
The dramatic music with the pullback. Oh my goodness. I forgot the squirt noise. The little squirt at the end. Ah. Oh my gosh. I can't get over this. It makes me laugh so much. I wonder if we search by who made it, if they made others, like interlude films. We'll see if they made other stuff. I hope they did. No, this is their only film. Ah. That was Oscar material, and they only made one. What the hell? Some of these water, you have no idea. Like Perversion for Profit. Oh my gosh. This one was, oof, I'm not even gonna, let's see. Seduction of the Innocent was another one. But let's choose one that we haven't seen yet. What do we choose? Ooh, A Young Man's Fancy. Oh, actually, I think we did that one. Did we do Young Man's Fancy? Okay, one more video and you're going to bed, so we should make it a good one, right? Let's make it a good one. A Day in the Death of Donnie B. Oh, topics, drugs, heroin, and addicts. That sounds like a scary one. A chill teacher for I think that's a compliment. Ooh, A Word to the Wise. How 2 women trick a husband into buying a new kitchen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh dear, I need a new kitchen. A kitchen would just mean the world to me. Snickers, I could cook a dinner for you in no time at all.
It wasn't really a plot against George Peters, but I'll admit it might have looked that way the morning his wife Jane stopped by for coffee. We had just been in our new house 2 weeks, and I was still ecstatic over everything, especially my dream kitchen.
Nothing like a
how
dream
do you like
kitchen
it?
for us girls.
There's only one word for it. Terrific. You know, I'm so proud of it, it's almost indecent of me. I can hardly wait to show it off a week from Friday night.
Well, you go ahead and be indecent. Gal's got a right to enjoy her first housewarming.
They're gonna have
party.
a key party a week from
Sure
Friday
wish
night.
I was having one. You having many
Key
people?
party!
Well, not a mob, if that's what you mean. Just you, the Crawfords, the Slagles, the Martins, and a couple of others.
Okay. Classroom. Do you guys know what a key party is? Does everybody know what a key party is? It's okay if you don't. So a key party is you go to a party and there's a big glass bowl and everybody puts their keys in the bowl. And at the end of the party, the women come by and pick up a set of keys. And they go home with whoever keys they picked up. It's basically a big wife swap party, right? So if you really, really, really want to get messed up on the tricks they pull on children, if you watch the beginning of Jim Carrey's How the Grinch Stole Christmas, they are having a key party. I said you not. This will probably get copyright struck, but you know, whatever. This is for educational purposes. So here's Davy Grunch.
Having our annual holiday get-together.
Annual holiday get-together. And here's all the little who's. And we go in to see the party. Everybody's having a good time. Looks good. Looks fun. Looks wholesome, right? Everything's clean and wholesome. And they have a key party!
Anybody.
What the fuck? Okay.
Sad. And this isn't the first time I've noticed
Let's
it.
just see it.
Nothing, really. Not very convincing, Jane girl. Whatever it is, I've got just the cure for it. There's a sensational sale
It's called a
going on
vibrator.
at Watson's.
It's ever so
A
fun.
new hat would be the ideal tonic for you. I'm going down this afternoon for a small spree. How about coming with me?
Oh, I wish I could, but it's just impossible. You've no idea how much I've got to do. Remember, I haven't got your dream kitchen to make things easier. Mine's strictly the
Oh my
nightmare
God.
type. And I wish George would do something about it. All he's done so far is talk, and not with any real enthusiasm.
About moving, you mean?
We've looked at a couple of older houses, but that's no improvement. We've got an older house.
If only there was some way of really selling George on the idea. The fifth freedom, maybe. Freedom from unnecessary drudgery. Freedom to go shopping when the urge hits you, or when there's a sale going on.
Well, sale or no sale, I'm
Yeah, because that's
swamped.
all we care about.
Besides, my
Being
mother's
able to
been quite
attend the
ill in
latest sale.
Cleveland, and I've been thinking about taking the weekend off to visit her.
I've got to get my clothes in the dryer. I'll show you a couple of my prized beauties. This setup makes any day wash day for me. And I can do my drying in any kind of weather with a gas dryer. It couldn't be easier.
Well, you show off a bit.
Completely automatic.
I remember
Hey,
seeing this
you had to
washer
move
in the
those switches.
magazine
That's
ad.
not automatic.
It's automatic too, isn't it?
That's right.
Isn't there a little colored guide light that follows the operation through the various stages?
Yes. I know exactly what's happening. I don't even have to watch a clock. Wait a minute.
Wow.
You say you're going to visit your
Wow.
mother this weekend. You know, Janie, my girl, this might prove a very fortunate trip for you. And just for kicks, don't get too far ahead in your house.
Best time to have an affair.
Now, why should you have to lay out everything all nice and ready for George and Jimmy, down to the last egg and can of salmon?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I'd have to make things easy for them. After all
you've been going through, this might be the awakening for friend George. The big,
Oh my
bright
God, it's her
dawn.
job to make things
Might
easy
do
for her
him a
husband and
world
son.
of good to be left all alone with Jimmy for 2 or 3 days in your kitchen. Well, Jane finally got off for Cleveland. Still not too certain she was doing right by leaving George and Jimmy by themselves. Even though George was absolutely sure they'd get along just fine. That's what he said, just fine.
Just fine. Come back to a home burned down. This because men are stupid. Men have no idea how to open a bag. Surprised he didn't spill it all over himself. Yep, that's it. Doesn't know how to measure. Measuring cups are for the weak.
Of course, when you leave a man to his own devices, he's apt to think of something fancy, like curried chicken with rice. But in this case, George not only should have done a little more
Why is he
thinking
so
about his
careful with it
recipe,
now?
but should have kept his eyes on the stove as well. Now, if he had just let his rice simmer instead of boiling. But frankly, I doubt if George
stuck
knew
in
how
rice?
to bring things to a simmer.
Thanks. Well, gee willikers.
Well,
what is
maybe
he
it was the
doing?
mess, and maybe it was just the temperature outside. But George thought he could use a little cooling off. A nice, icy lemonade would be just right.
How do you fuck up lemonade? How do you... What is he...
Hey, Pop! When am I gonna eat?
What's with this ice tray here? There's no ice in it.
Oh, I guess I forgot to fill it.
Sometime you might ask George how far is a mile. He would tell you it's the distance from his sink to his backyard garbage pail.
What the hell?
Now, like many
He
men
doesn't even know how to
tackling
take out the
problems,
trash?
George was very efficient. Very. The smart way to do dishes was 2 meals at a time.
Uh-oh! No hot water. Junior taking up all the water in the bath.
Jimmy, did you have to take a bath this
He looks like he's...
I'm gonna drop a hot water in the sink. I got a stack of dishes here a mile high. I'm gonna be here till midnight. What's the matter with you?
Oh my God! This is a guy who beats his kids! Of course it's not gonna open with your arm against the door. Did he just bequeath the hammer to his father? I give unto thee the hammer of opening doors. I think this
Jane had
dad
been
should have
away
watched that
for
anger
all
video
of
that we
2.5
watched earlier.
days.
He
But
clearly
the way
needs
she
it.
was welcomed back by George, you'd think she'd been gone a month.
Did he really get dressed up to welcome her home from the airplane? That's kind of cute.
Well?
Oh, he's
we'll
ready.
Be early
He's
enough.
want
The
some
others
action.
aren't coming till 7.
Where's my welcome home blowjob, mister?
Oh.
Look, I still have a couple of little things to do, but it'll only take a minute or so.
Your famous sweet potato casserole.
Yeah, only this time with shredded pineapple instead of orange juice.
Look how tiny her waist
You
is.
two go over and sit at the table. Don
Both
will
of
be back
them
in a
have
few
tiny
minutes,
waists.
George. He's doing some last-minute shopping for me.
It's what he was
Hey, I
thinking.
almost forgot the big news. I went out to Pond Ridge with Helen Baker today, and I broke 50 for the first time on 9 holes.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Alice. You mean to tell me that with this big shindig staring you in the face, you still had time for golf?
Nothing to it. With this kitchen, it's a breeze. Come on over. Look at some
That
of the
seems like a
evidence.
natural conversation. Why,
By the way,
how
did
did you
you
go
know that
have a
this
leisure
kitchen won an
time when you're
award
clearly a
from the
stay-at-home
Woman's
mother?
Companion?
Huh?
And really, they thought of everything. I just love the convenience and modern styling of this built-in gas range.
Hey, Alice, aren't you going to light the oven?
I don't have to. It's completely automatic. You'll never guess what this sauce is for the baked ham. Equal parts of grape jelly and light mustard, blended and simmered. And Miss Bernard does it without
I can't tell you how long it takes to light an
Anyone care
oven.
for a spot of grapefruit juice
Hours
to
and
tide you
hours
over?
of prep time.
Yeah. Incidentally, one of the things
You
I
have to
love
go out
about
and fill
this
the well with
refrigerator
gas.
is that it turns out ice circles and puts them in a bowl for you, all by itself.
Continuous ice circle.
Yeah? Really?
Ice
Are you
circles.
taking a chance of staining that counter with fruit juice? No danger with Formica. Won't ever stain.
Oh, Formica! Oh my
Great
God!
help, George. Hanging the things you need where you
Modern
need them.
technology.
In
Formica.
fact, this whole kitchen was designed for efficiency and convenience.
That's what I like. Solid and sturdy as steel.
It's so easy to keep clean, too.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, automatic flour dispenser. Very handy. Here, I'll show you how it works.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, hiya, Don Boyer.
George.
We're a little early.
Oh, that's good.
I've been showing them around.
Automatic flour dispenser.
Hi. Oh, Don, will you
Clearly
get rid
that
of
idea
these
never
for
caught
me
on.
while I sort this stuff?
Well, you might have pressed old George into service. Here, come on, George, and I'll show you how it works. This is really for me, chum.
I want to share my
Simple
garbage
gas
disposal.
disposer. It takes care of all the waste. Yeah, the brightest, shiniest bride could use this gizmo.
Yeah? That's great.
And that also goes for this automatic water heater. 2 temperatures from the same tank at the same time. Now, this pipe here, it gives you hot water for the bathroom and for the kitchen sink. But the other pipe, this one, gives you really hot water for clothes and for dishes to make them really clean.
Wow.
Both any time you want.
What?
And look, George, if you're really interested in this layout, the man that set it up for us is a good friend of ours, Ed Stevens.
Yeah?
He's going to be here tonight. Yeah, just in case you'd have anything to ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, look at that.
Well, all
Why didn't
I
she have
want
to open
say
the-
is
the
that
door
Don's
to
little
peek and she could just
suggestion
look
turned
around the
into a
corner?
rather interesting and provocative conversation. And Ed Stevens is a handy
Oh,
man
somebody's
with
getting
figures
laid
and
tonight.
ideas.
They know it. Look
Certainly
at
looked
that.
like progress was being made when we peeked in on them. Well, that's the way it worked out. And as I mentioned before, it wasn't a plot against George. Well, you don't think Jane and I would do something like that, do you?
I think he's bought a whole new house. Shit. What?
Well,
We
folks,
didn't even get
I'll
to
leave
see
it
the
up
new
to you
dream
whether
all
the gal
electric
tricked me or
kitchen.
not, but that's another story. This new dream house is a happy ending to our story. Why don't you drop around and talk with the men who can make your dream of a new home come true? The best and most reputable builders in your area are here to help you. They're standing by right now in the booth, sponsored by your local Home Builders Association, to discuss plans and prices with you. Believe me, a few minutes now can lead to a whole lifetime of happiness. Happy home building.
The Woman's Home Companion. Countertops by the Formica Company. Caloric. Caloric. Oh, caloric. Not caloric. Republic Steel Kitchens. Oh, the cabinets were steel. Holy shit. They had metal cabinets. Oh, gosh. The vapid consumerism of the 1950s. I like how the guy was just like completely inept at everything. He was like, shit, just dump it all in there. It'll cook. Oh, and this is the thing that I keep saying I'm gonna check these offline just to see if I can get away with showing them or not. But there are like stag films in the Prelinger archives, like old stripper videos. But I'm really afraid to show them because then I'm really am gonna get banned off Twitch. But oh gosh, it's just the wealth of like this stupid 1950s logic. Oh, salt, a video about salt. Oh, what are you saying? Hold on there, water. Am I missing something? Narcotics, pit of despair. Ooh, news parade, buying at Pearl Harbor. I almost kind of want to watch that, but I know it's not gonna be like a good comedy material. It's gonna be more of a historical curiosity. Let's see. Yeah, I want to watch this one for some reason. Sounds familiar!
Hello?
Hello, Tom.
Well, hello there. You in town today?
No, but I'll be in tomorrow.
Good. Come on over, will you?
Right. See you then. Goodbye.
Goodbye, George. That was you. How did I know? He didn't tell me. His voice sounds familiar. Have you ever noticed how often this happens? You hear a few words, just familiar sounds, and you recognize the voice.
So you just told a complete stranger that you don't know if he was really George or not.
Sound, more than a voice. It is the person. Oh, listen. See if this person sounds familiar to you. Hello?
Hello, Thomas?
Yes. Well, hello. How are you?
I'm mighty fine, Tom. Sure got big doings going on.
Mighty fine!
Here from my hometown. I brought them up to see where we work. They're ball players, aged 10 to 12. I've got them up here with me in the catbird seat.
Say that again, will you? I've got some friends here, too, and I'd like to see if they know who you are.
I said, I've got them up here with me in the catbird seat.
Doesn't that voice sound familiar?
What is a
Who
catbird
else could
seat?
it be but the old redhead himself? Red Barber. Will you say hello, Red?
What?
Why, sure. Hi, folks. You all having a good day? Now, Tom, what I want to ask you, these kids would like to watch a TV show. They've seen you so often that they'd feel right at home with you. Could you get them into the studio?
You bet I could. Bring them over here later on. And thanks, Red. You just proved again what I've been talking about. How a whole personality travels over the telephone wire.
Did the folks recognize my voice?
Wow.
Absolutely.
That's good. So long, Tom. We'll see you.
Goodbye, Red.
Well, fellas, it's all set.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
We'll go right down there after the game. Hello?
Hello? May I speak to... Oh, it is you, isn't it, Red?
Sure thing.
How are you, anyway?
Sure thing, little darling.
It's so hard to disguise your voice. Thought you had us there, didn't you? You couldn't quite get away with it.
Well, not for long.
Listen, Red, you do know who this is?
Why,
Red?
You're not the only one who's good at guessing, you know. I know you're Arlene Francis.
Ah, you've got it. And you know, I am asking you to be a guest on one of my morning shows. Will you do it, Red?
I don't see why not. Say, Arlene, did you ever
Who
notice
dresses
how
up
easy
like
it is
that?
to recognize a person on the telephone? You know, your voice brings up a whole picture of you.
What do you mean, Red?
You can cover up your eyes, but you can't mask out the fun in that voice of yours.
Ah, thank you, Red. And thanks so much for saying you'll be on the show.
I'm sure he's not thinking
I'll be
about her
looking forward
eyes.
to it,
Let's be
Arlene.
honest.
Goodbye.
Bye.
This is 1950s. He's dreaming of a cigar and I'm not even gonna say what else.
Hello.
Hello, Arlene. This is, Hello, Arlene. You know who this is?
Oh, that voice sounds familiar.
Wait a minute, Arlene. There's someone on this wire. Someone? It's me. That means trouble for you, chum. Arlene, don't let that fierce tone
Oh, is that John Witherspoon?
Don't worry,
Or not?
Red
What's his
Riding
name?
Hood. It isn't Grandma. It's the wolf, all right.
Now that sounds like...
In the box, son, I'm warning you. A little blow, sir. Don't threaten me.
Those two voices have to be Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Whoa.
Billing again. That's my life for you. Charlie, get off that wire.
I'll
have to take that telephone out of your bedroom. I'm not in my bedroom. I'm in your den. What are you planning on doing with this gadget here, Bergen? Gonna run for Congress? My fellow constituents.
Charlie, you know that's my speakerphone, and it's helpful when I'm working.
Oh, helpful when you're working.
Wow.
Say, that could be the end of me. If it gets any laughs, I'll tear that voice box out.
Don't get excited, Charlie. It's no threat to you. It's just a handy way to use the telephone.
Look, Ma, handy.
It's a handy way to use the
Now, Charlie,
telephone.
please get off the phone, will you? I have something to ask Arlene.
Well, ask her. We're old friends. I'm like one of the panel. Let's face it, you are the panel. That's why I pine for you, Arlene.
Arlene, I called to ask if you could come to a party I'm giving next week.
Why, I'd love to, Edgar.
Fine. Wednesday at 7?
Yeah, I'm free that night, too.
Wonderful. Say, Edgar, did you ever think how you hear a person's voice on the telephone, it sounds familiar, and then all at once your mood changes?
You know, if Bergen
I like how all this
is
keeps
mad
coming
at
up
me,
in
I
quote-unquote
can tell it even
natural
by the way the
conversation.
telephone rings.
Charlie, Arlene is
Gee,
saying
Edgar,
that your
thank you for calling and
personality,
inviting me
your-
to your party.
your
Have you
attitude
ever
even
wondered
travels
about the
over the wire.
nature of the telephone and how it works?
On the telephone as you would a guest in your home, or a very good friend.
You won't get mad at me then, Arlene, huh?
When, Charlie?
When I sound familiar?
You're not really a bad
Wow,
wolf,
he just
Charlie.
catcalled.
You're just sort of pesky and lovable like a woodchuck. Goodbye, you two.
Goodbye, Arlene.
Goodbye, Arlene.
I bet you as soon as she hangs up, she's like, a fucking dummy. Wait. What? Was he just like riffing by himself? I want that as a sound effect in my chat so people can spam it. What the hell is that?
Mr. Bergen's residence, number 1 boy, Sticky. Was is los?
Don't try to fool me. I know that voice. It's surely Charlie.
Well, then it's surely Shirley. Don't tell me I can't recognize a familiar voice when I hear it. Did you know it can work that way, Tom?
Know it? That's just what I've been saying.
Hello. All right, who's that character?
It's Bergen, of course. How are you, Edgar?
Oh, it's you, Tom. Fine. Hey, what are you and Charlie talking about?
How you recognize people on the telephone from the familiar sound of their voices. The way I
This is what
recognized you.
famous people in the 1960s did, is they just sat around and called each other on party lines. Hey, you sound familiar. Hey, you do too.
You make me sound like a dummy that can't say a word.
Oh, no, Charlie. Everyone knows you're a personality. I mean that what I hear is not your voice, but your voice reproduced by the phone. You know how a telephone instrument works, don't you?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. You talk into the little holes here that strains the lumps out of your voice. And now this gizmo we call a sender-outer.
Transmitter.
I'll accept that answer, boy. And then, you see, the voice...
I like Cinder Outer better.
magnetic procrastinator, and then you add the whites of 2 eggs, and then it goes through an ossifier, and then it comes out of your phone.
Look here, Tom. Why aren't you telling me if you know how it does it?
Well, it's like this. Your voice has variations in volume and tone that are distinctly your own.
Do you think my voice has tone?
What would you call it? Timber?
Now, please, that goes against the grain.
Get it? They made wood jokes because he's a dummy made out of wood.
Well, each person's voice takes on its own pattern of high and low tones, loudness and softness, shrill tones or mellow ones. A pattern characteristic of you.
Okay, I really want to know what is up with this wall next to him. There's like a blue thing here, and then it looks like an oscilloscope down here. Like, just randomly in the wall. And who needs 18 phones lined up on a countertop in their living room? I mean, seriously. Got all kinds of different
See how
colors.
complex it is on a device we call an oscilloscope.
Oh, I was right. It is an oscilloscope.
The pattern on the oscilloscope is made electronically. It pictures the variations among the sound waves as they strike the telephone. Sound waves are caused by vibration. Your voice comes from vibration. So does the sound of this guitar string.
Yeah, that's probably tree water. I like that. Oh, that's what he had a guitar built into the wall with a single string.
But we know what they are like. Sound waves are waves of pressure traveling through the air.
Oh no, not interference
They occur
patterns
this
again.
way. The air around the string is composed of tiny molecules. As the string moves, it pushes
Ooh,
some
that's
of the
trippy.
molecules
That's
of air
actually
aside.
it's actually hurting my
These
eyes.
molecules, in turn, push other molecules. And the motion proceeds from molecule to molecule in waves of pressure.
Why is that messing
travel
with my
outward from the
eyes?
string as long as it vibrates.
That like hurts. Stop.
If the string moves out far,
Okay, that's a little better.
the sound is loud. If the string moves less, the sound is soft. If the vibration is slow, as when the string is not so tight, the sound is low in pitch.
Low,
If
low,
the
low.
vibration is fast, as when the string is tighter, the sound is high. The sounds of your voice are produced by the vocal cords in the throat, which also vibrate. Differences in
that just looks
vibration
weird.
and breathing produce different kinds of sound waves, which take on still other
How does
differences
food go down the hole?
as the sound waves bounce around in the air passages and are formed into words. When the sound waves come out of the mouth, they have a complex pattern as individual as a fingerprint, a sound pattern that is your voice.
My. Bergen, don't go throwing those sound patterns around.
Your personality
yeah, I don't wanna
rides on
see
the
that
sound
either.
waves your voice produces.
Boy, what a tailwind.
The sound waves enter the telephone mouthpiece, carrying your personality with them.
So what is this video for? Like, is this just like an industrial film talking about the... Like, is this a propaganda
Inside the
film for
telephone,
phones
the
and
sound
telephone
waves
companies, or is
carrying
this
the
like
sound pattern of your
a
voice
science film on how
strike against
phones
a
work?
thin metal disc or diaphragm. The The sound waves
diaphragm.
push the diaphragm forward and release it again in a pattern of movement unbelievably slight.
I've never used a diaphragm. I've
Yet
always
this
taken the
pattern
pill.
of movement still conforms to the pattern of your voice. Behind the center of the diaphragm.
Oh, about how vocal cords actually work. You know, I saw a video not too long ago. Them like
When a sound
there
wave
was a
strikes the
lion
diaphragm,
that had
it
recently
sends a wave of
died,
pressure through the carbon
and they were
grain.
doing research on how a lion roars. So they actually like
Inside the
hooked up
telephone
his
also,
throat to like
there is
an air
electricity
pump,
flowing
and they were
along the
able to
wire.
replicate his roar by using a dead
This
lion's vocal
electricity
cords.
must
It was
flow through the
creepy
carbon grains,
and fascinating
which
at
resist
the
its
same
flow.
time.
When the pressure on the carbon grains is increased, their resistance is less, and more electricity gets through. When the pressure on the carbon grains is decreased, their resistance is greater, and less electricity gets through. The pressure on the carbon grains is regulated by the pressure of the metal diaphragm, which in turn is regulated by the pattern of sound waves. So, the electricity takes on a pattern of strength and weakness that is like the pattern of the sound waves. In other words, your personality, riding on all the varieties of sounds that make your voice personally yours, enters the transmitter. And there the sound waves of your voice set
Hey,
up a
Graveyard
pattern of
Worker made
strength
this.
and weakness in the electric current. The variations in electric current carry the pattern of your voice along the wire. The pattern of your voice may go across the street, across the town, or anywhere beyond,
I like how he's randomly explaining
through
this to a
central
friend who
motion,
called him on the phone.
where it is directed by switches to
Oh my
any
God, look
one
at that.
of millions of telephone lines. For long distances, the pattern of your voice may travel through cables or by microwave radio, strengthened at intervals by amplifiers along the way. In short, the sound pattern of your voice rides on the electrical signals all the way to the telephone receiver at the other end of the line. Inside the receiver is another diaphragm. This diaphragm is moved back and forth by the action of two magnets. One is a permanent magnet. The other
Your
is
radiator.
an electromagnet. The permanent magnet by itself
Like your
would
car
exert a
radiator?
constant pull on the diaphragm. The electromagnet regulates this
It
pull
fills at a certain mic.
according to the
What?
electric current flowing through its
That doesn't make
windings,
sense to me.
and thus it controls the movement of the diaphragm.
I just heard my radiator start to fill with
Along the
water.
wire comes the electric current, which is taken
No,
on
I
the
know what a
varying
radiator
pattern of
is,
your
but
voice.
I mean, mine's out in the driveway in my car,
This current passes
and
through
it
the
doesn't
windings
feel.
of the
It always has
electromagnet
water in it.
and causes the diaphragm
Like I
to
don't
move
drain it.
according to the pattern set up by your voice.
I'm
As it moves
confused.
in and out, the diaphragm sets up new sound waves that are like the ones your voice sent into the transmitter. These sound waves reproduce your voice
I'm gonna have
and
to,
your personality.
Not that one.
Folks, it's all done with
Oh, do you mean like the old like heater radiators for
The
houses?
more pleasant and charming your voice
Like the
is
big
when you
iron
send
things
it
that
into
used
the
to sit in front of
transmitter,
windows?
the more pleasant and charming it is when it reaches someone's ear.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I understand now.
The telephone is a remarkable
I didn't get it
instrument,
at first.
but it speaks only when and what you speak into it.
I think one of my earliest
See, Charlie,
memories
how your personality
of where
travels
my
over the
parents
wire?
lived when I was
When you're
really, really
speaking on
small.
the phone,
I think we had
put a
iron
smile in your
radiators
voice.
You mean make it sort of phono...
in a house once, but I don't think they worked.
Oh, Tom, the light's flashing on my other line here. Will you hold on while I see who it is?
And the Balkans.
Hello? Who's there?
Just me, it looks like.
Who is this? Uncle Mo?
Uncle Mo, he ain't here no more. He got himself shot out of a cannon at the fair, and we ain't heard from him since. Oh, this is Mort.
Mortimer. Well, where in the world are you? And why does your voice sound so strange?
Oh, I don't know.
What?
I was just
This
looking
guy knows a lot of
around
dummies.
And this old-fashioned phone made me feel kind of homesick. So I just sat down for a spell. I forget
I want a
now
phone
just
like
where
that.
I am. I kind of like these old telephones with a crank on them. You know, the new ones all got self-starters.
Self-starters.
Hold on, Mortimer.
Oh my God. Imagine if these guys like.
Tom? Yeah, it's Mortimer. He's lost. Someplace where there's one of those.
Oh,
old
he's fancy. He's got
crank-type
multiple
telephones.
lines.
Oh, good heavens. I think I hear him. He must be right behind me in that display of early telephones. How do you suppose he got there?
I wouldn't know. But Mortimer.
I just happen to have a display of early telephones over here. And they still work.
I'll hang up on this line.
Hello, Mortimer. Are you still there?
Hill.
Well, we'll just be patient for a
No,
moment.
pew, pew, pew.
Edgar, he's here, right where I thought.
Oh, good. Say, Tom, but what happened to your voice?
I'm using this early telephone we hooked up for the show. It's almost 50 years old.
You hear how different my voice sounds?
Wow, it's almost 50 years old. That was 75 years ago.
Well, does my personality come across over the telephone?
Well, not so much over that one, no. It would come across much better over a modern instrument.
Oh, golly, I ain't the modern type. I should have stood with smoke signals.
Well, Edgar, this phone
Yo,
is
yo,
really
yo,
just
yo,
for
yo.
demonstration. Let me hang up here.
Okay, Water. I'm sorry I kept you up all night. I'm glad you were here, though.
Most of us find the improvements in the telephone instrument over the years a great advantage. Since Alexander
Thanks for the
Graham Bell
lessons. Yes,
invented
yes,
the
yes.
telephone, both the transmitter and the receiver have been redesigned
Good
many
night.
times by Bell Telephone
Have
Laboratories
sweet dreams.
engineers.
I'll see you again. Tell your friends. Bring
They have
them.
made the instrument lighter in weight,
Tell them how
easier to
awesome I
handle,
am and how
and
cute
more pleasant to use.
and how smart. And
They have found
and
ways
just-
to make your voice
yeah,
over the
all
telephone
that stuff.
sound more natural. And all this, along with a great improvement in telephone lines, makes the modern telephone an instrument capable of transmitting and
I
reproducing
kind of wonder
a
what these
voice
guys
that
would be like.
sounds
Like if you just do like a cell phone in there, like a
personality
modern
that
day
is
cell
you.
phone. Here's my
Of course,
iPhone.
so responsive an instrument
Not
has to
only
be
do I get
quite
the
complex
personality of the
inside.
audio, I can actually see them.
In the unit that holds the transmitter and the receiver, there are 84 tiny parts. And in the base of the telephone, there are 408 parts.
Wow.
And each one of these parts contributes to the fidelity with which the telephone transmits your voice. Still complex, responsive, precise, and handsome as it is, the telephone wouldn't do you or me much
Handsome?
good if it cost so much that only a
I don't
few
know that
people
I would
could
call
have
it
one.
handsome. Oh, there's a pink
To
one.
be a real
Okay, I
telephone
like the pink
service,
one.
the instrument has to be produced on a mass scale. From the color that goes into the plastics which house the mechanism to the preparation of the tiniest parts inside, each step in the process is subject to strict control. And each step is performed by a person trained to do exacting work
It's
by
going
mass
good.
production methods.
How about you, Peachy? How are you doing?
Turn out one perfect part.
We're learning about modern telecommunications of the telephone and the high fidelity of the wiring. Ooh, I'd be scared to work around a press like that.
Try the performance. It's going to be a precise instrument.
Wow, look at that. I couldn't imagine working on a factory line like that. They constantly moving like that? I'd be afraid of not keeping up.
Retest. It's going to be a sensitive mechanism. Do each job with precision, with care for detail, with concern, with knowledge, with skill.
Wow, she's all dressed up to be working
with
in a
the pride
factory.
of the craftsman,
That's crazy.
with the joy of competence,
Hi, Racer!
and the satisfaction of
How are
working
you?
with others at this big job of producing
She's like wearing like a...
sensitive,
I...
accurate instruments.
Was she wearing like a nice coat, like out to the
These are
opera to make
instruments that will
telephones?
bring the voice, the words, The personality of one person to another.
What games you playing?
Hundreds of thousands of times in every minute
PT?
of every hour of every day and night. From here to there. Everywhere in the world.
Like, everybody's wearing makeup and shit. Look at this.
The people who manufacture the telephone.
Whoa, look
do
at that
a good
room.
job of it. And the job, when it is finished, becomes a mighty neat piece of sound reproduction equipment. Well, Edgar, I promised to call you
And
back.
Monster Hunter.
Mortimer's fine. He's right here with me.
Thanks, Tom. I'll send for him right away.
Oh, Mr. Bergen.
Yeah, this is
I'm
the
gonna ask
weirdest.
Tom if I can have one of those old telephones for
I
myself.
don't know if this is like a telephone company ad or if it's just like an educational film on how telephones work.
Much if I ain't saying nothing worth
But it's
listening
got a
to.
lot of celebrities randomly calling each other going, hey, I noticed your personality coming through the phone.
Nice and sensitive. But do we use it just for precise work? Scientific formula or mathematical equations? No. We use it for ordinary things like calling the grocer.
But that's what telephone service is for. To make things
Calling
easy
the...
and
I have
make it
never
fun just
called
to
a
talk to our
grocer in my
friends.
life.
Often it isn't the words you hear, but
Who-
the sound of a familiar voice that counts. Oh, wait a minute, Edgar, Charlie. I want to get the operator to get some more people on this wire.
Operator.
Operator, will you do me a favor? I want you to set up a conference call.
Wow.
You pick
Now
up
we just
the
all hang out
receiver,
on Twitch.
And what comes over the wire? Sound. Familiar sounds. Your friend is there, almost in person.
It's the old redhead wishing you all good luck, yeah?
The lights grow bright.
You hear?
A welcome guest arrives.
How y'all doing?
Arlene, I hope you've had a good time.
Your spirits lift. They go up the scale.
You are never alone. Life has color and tone.
When you answer the phone.
It will bring you good cheer.
If the word that you hear
Or the voice in your ear.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, that was a little creepy, dystopian, kind of like, you're never alone. We're always here. I don't know who any of these people are. Mortimer Snurd? Who was this video for? Boy, that ending got really creepy with the slow zoom in on the telephone. We're always here. We're listening to you. We heard you masturbating last night. Oh my god, that is creepy. Somebody left a review for this? Let's see. Yeah. Be pleasant and charming on the phone. Yeah. Oh, you were doing it too? Okay, Peachy. I'll make a note of that. Are we saying you were listening in on me, huh? Because I don't remember being on stream for that. Because, shut up. We're not talking about this anymore. I will get banned off Twitch. Oh, boy. That's an option? Yeah, that's my level 5 Patreon tier. For extra VIP gold platinum members. Sign you up? Ew. No, I'm not that desperate yet. Oh, I'm down to 2 viewers. I ran everybody off like crazy, creepy phone ad. I think since it's kind of getting a little late at night, I was thinking about maybe playing a couple of games. I'm wondering if I should try Elden Ring again. It was really freaking me out the other night. I'll try to run it. Boy, it's been an interesting night. We've covered everything from, like, you know, quantum mechanics and the double slit experiment to, folding space in the Alcubierre drive that NASA's working on. Kite Stream has been all over the place. It's been kind of crazy. I wonder who this racer is. I like their icons. They have custom emotes. I need to figure out how to do that. How do you do that? Oh, this person is a streamer too. Ooh, they do racing games. What are they playing? MT Racer? Is that the game? No, that's not the game. What is the game? Oh, Forza! I should have known that. I will say I do like racing games. I love Gran Turismo. I do have Gran Turismo on my PlayStation. That's like one of the 3 games I have on my PlayStation 5. I do like playing Gran Turismo. I don't think anybody would like watching me race around in cars all day. Who knows? I'll give them a follow back. They dropped by and said hi. I'll give them a follow back. Why not? You mean to be affiliated partner? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was looking into that kind of briefly. I need at least, 50 followers to be affiliated? What does affiliation mean? Is that just like the entry level to where you can, Oh, that's what you need in order to get the custom emotes. I get you. I got you. The more emote slots you got. I see. I understand now. Let me see if I can pop into Elden Ring real quick. I feel like doing some thingering. If it works, I have not had a lot of luck trying to reload Elden Ring after my hard drive crashed. Affiliate is entry level, basically more access to features, but not enough viewer subs to be partnered. What does it take to become a partner? I saw that affiliated you need at least 50 subs. I'm definitely streaming enough, I saw that. I have enough stream hours. I'm hitting that easily. But I don't know what to, well, maybe I shouldn't even worry about the rest until I can at least get the entry level. Because otherwise I'll just stress myself about not being able to hit goals. I don't want to do that. Alright, well, while that loads, I'm going to readjust my model so I'm not blocking the screen. Alright, let me shake myself. Whee! Down to the corner. Is this good? I think this is good. This'll work. And then we'll hop over to Elden Ring. Oh, I could play my Elden Ring theme song. I forgot about that. Have you heard my Elden Ring theme song, PT? It's very funny. At least I think it is. Da 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 da. Here we go, my Elden Ring theme song.
Elden Ring in my hand. I think I'm the man, but I die. Oh, I die. Giant beasts in the night. I try to put up a fight, but I die. Oh, I die. I die a lot, a whole lot. You think I'd learn, but I get burned. I die a lot, a whole lot. In the land of Elden, my soul be swelling. Dragon's breath on my face. I forgot my mace and I died. Oh,
Isn't it a great song?
Sneaking through a dark cave, I never feel brave, and I die. Oh, I die. I die a lot, a whole lot. You'd think I'd learn, but I get burned. I die a lot, a whole lot. In the land of Eldon, my soul be swelling.
The Elden Ring song.
A whole lot. You'd think I'd learn, but I get burned. I die a lot, a whole lot. In the land of Eldon, my soul be swelling.
Ta-da! Although this is usually where Elden Ring crashes on me. I haven't had much luck getting past the screen. I'm crossing fingers though. I'm hoping it works. I might just have to break down, even though I don't have the money for it. I might just have to get a better replacement drive. A solid state drive that works. Oh, yep. Bye-bye, Elden Ring. We hardly knew ya. Oh, that makes me sad. Kingdom Come worked really well. That ran just fine. I wonder why it's so different. Oh, you know, I can play Warhammer 40k, Space Marine 2. I did talk about starting that over because I know somebody said they wanted to watch me play that. And I did enjoy playing that game. I have a song for it too. About crushing skulls in Warhammer.
I was a bookish boy who looked to the skies for my future. Ooh, fate had a different plan. The local wingnut said, boy, the stars are interesting for sure, but only freedom lies in choosing the right man. Don't it make a sweet, sweet sound? Don't it make a sweet, sweet feeling? And don't it make a sweet, sweet sound? Sweet, sweet sound. 60mm boots crushing the skulls of my enemies, and chains and power weapons beating down the heretical and weak. Held a Vox transmission of orders from my brothers day and night, and daily laser cannon fire lighting up the sky. And oh brother, don't know how he did it and I don't care, but the beauty of his providence was waiting there. And don't it make a sweet, sweet sound? Don't it make a sweet, sweet feeling?
Here we go! Looks like it's working! Yay for Space Marine!
And oh, brother, don't know how we did it, and I don't care. But the beauty of his providence was waiting there. And don't it make a sweet, sweet sound? And don't it make a sweet, sweet feeling? And don't it make a sweet, sweet sound? Sweet, sweet sound.
Aw, wasn't that pretty? It's a sweet, lovely song about crushing the skulls of my enemies. Like you do. Let's see. What else have I got going on? Peachy, I think you're the only one here right now. I can play one of the other songs I made. I made a song about loving Donkey Kong. That one is one of my favorites. Here it is.
Quarter in, I start the game. Donkey Kong knows my name. Jump the barrels, climb the rung. Save the girl, the game's begun. Pixel hero, come alive. Gorilla's rage, I will survive. Hammer in my hand, so strong. Fight for love in Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, oh how it tease. Won't you let the princess breathe? Climbing high won't make me weak. Victory is what I seek. Bright lights flicker on the screen. Retro battles feel the sea. Joystick moves with quick finesse.
Oh, Peachy, were you here earlier when we had our big discussion about AI? We were actually thinking of like it would be a good show topic for a first show where I invite people to come on and talk. I thought it'd be really great to kind of have a debate on AI use, especially as applied to VTubers, since that's been in the news a lot lately. I thought that might be an interesting show that a lot of people would tune into. There's a lot of passionate voices in the community right now about that. Yeah.
Bright lights flicker on the screens. Won't you let the princess breathe? Climbing.
I like that song. It's very pretty. Uh-oh. Good timing, good timing. Hell yeah! Let's take ass and kick names. Yes, I will allow. I'm signed in as Professor Baka. Ah! Let's start a new game. Yeah. A new game would be fun. Let's set everything up. Brightness calibration. Oh, you know what? The first time I played this, I played with the keyboard. I wonder if I can, use my controller. I've never tried my controller with this. Oh, let's do normal. I will do normal. Imperium of man is beset on all sides by hostile aliens and brent from within by traitors and heretics. It is an age of constant war, a new dark age, in which enlightenment is replaced by superstition, rhetoric, and blind prayer. To live in such a time is to be amongst untold billions, existing in the cruelest and bloodiest regime imaginable. The most powerful and dreaded of the Imperium's defenders are the Space Marines, bioengineered superhuman warriors. They are humanity's last bastion against the terror. There is no time for peace, no respite, and no forgiveness. You will? Did I do that right? It's been a while since I played this, so I've forgotten a lot of it. Uh-oh. Don't lag out on me, hard drive. Ooh, I'm getting a lot of lag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think it may crash. Don't crash, game, please. I'm sorry. I wasn't making fun of you, I swear. Oh no! Okay. I'm gonna have to get that fixed. I need a better computer. Or just get that hard drive fixed. I'll try it one more time. Whoever thought a hard drive would have this much balance? It's a, well, it was a 2 terabyte solid state drive, so I mean, it was only like $100 or so. I don't know what the going rate on hard drives are at the moment. I could look it up on Amazon real quick. But man, that sucks. I even brought out my dramatic voice and everything. I was gonna be all Mr. Serious and Mr. Badass Space Marine and Mr. Chainsaw Gun and... Yeah, that's true. I could set up as a goal, but I still felt really weird asking for money. I mean, I guess if I'm gonna do the streaming thing, I'm gonna have to get used to it, but I don't know. It just, I just need to get over my hangups. I wonder how other people kind of made that transition. Because I will say one thing, something that I've struggled with just about in every aspect of my life is imposter syndrome. Like, I'm not good enough. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not as good as people think I am. I deserve no right to even try to be here. Yeah, it kind of sucks being that way, but I've gotten better about it in the last few years, especially with like my job. But when it comes to streaming, I'm kind of like, I see the big streamers and I'm like, yeah, they deserve it because they work hard. And I'm just over here, futzing around. I can't even get my damn hard drive to work. Although somebody did give me an idea of something to try. Since it's a loaner drive, it's actually going through like a, it's not actually installed into my computer. It's got a little bay thing that you can swap it in and out of, like with different hard drives. And it could be that I don't have it plugged into the right USB port. Like it's a slower USB port. But I don't know, it let me play Kingdom Come on it, and that ran just fine. I played it for a couple hours the other night. But for Elden Ring and now, Space Marine, it's not doing so well. So I don't know. I think after stream I may try to swap it around to see if it gets any better. Hopefully that's it, and that will solve my problems. We shall see. We shall see. Also, I need to mix more outfits for my model. Something that covers up my chest a little bit more. I need to be a little bit more conservative, or at least have an option, rather than just full-blown tits out all the time. I mean, technically they're not out, but I mean, this is a very cleavage-friendly outfit, I will say. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay, Space Marine. I believe in you. You can do it. You can run with the best of them. Okay, my controller does not work, so I'm going to assume that it is not controller friendly. So I will go back to the keyboard. And I'm also going to go check out my graphics. Maybe if I turn down the settings, it'll run better. Okay, graphics. Video, here we go. Here we go. Well, let's turn this down to 60 frames per second. I had to do that on Kingdom Come. It was originally playing at a much higher frame rate, but as soon as I turned it down to 60, it got way better. And let's go down to just high. Let's see if that does it. So I'm not gonna read this again. Can I skip it? Let me skip it? No. I was about to say if it's the cutscene that's causing it to lag out, maybe I can quit it and just get to the game part, but I think it's gonna make me watch it. Yeah, no respite, no forgiveness. Blah, blah, blah. Let's get on with it. Let's go! There is only war! War! Uh-oh. Don't lag out. Please don't lag out. You can do it. You can do it, Mr. Computer. I believe in you. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think it's gonna make it. Nah. This is as bad as far as it got last time, didn't it? It's weird. I still hear the audio like it's playing, just no video. Oh man. I'm afraid to touch my computer. I don't want it to blow up. Computer, what are you doing?
Approaching Kadako. Prepare for atmospheric entry.
Well, it hasn't actually crashed yet. I can still hear it going.
Approaching drop zone.
It's too bad it's missing out on this opening movie. The opening movie is kind of baller. With the monsters attacking the ship. Well, it's trying. Uh-oh, it paused. Oh, it's giving me an option to skip. Yay! Did it work? Did it work? Can I play?
Kill team leader to squad. Box check.
Yay!
Repeat. Kill team leader to squad. Confirm Vox contact.
We have crashed. It's from your position.
Do you have the virus bomb? Damn it.
Ooh, the audio is cutting in and out real bad though. Maybe it'll catch up as things load. It's not cutting in and out anymore, so maybe it's just catching up. Yay! Okay, this is something.
Moving to... Lost contact with brother. Approaching orbital launcher facility. Well secured.
Hellstross! Alpha! I'm moving to the crash site! Do you read?
Any side of the commander?
Oh.
Negative.
That's
No
a lot of
contact
bugs.
Since the crash.
I'm here, damn it!
Hellstross, you have command. What are your orders? We proceed as planned. Launch the virus bomb into the stratosphere, detonate it, and watch the Tyranids die. The sight I will greatly
Kill them all!
Transmitter must be broken.
Not my transmitter.
Homicans.
Uh-oh, what's that?
The area will be crawling with them.
Oh, that was weird. Okay, I think that's working. Well, that worked. Okay. Is that supposed to be right mouse click instead of left mouse click? That feels weird. Or wait, that's right, I get the gun and that's left click later on.
Alpha, where's that damn virus bomb?
Heavy attacks, yeah, you press the hold. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
Any word from Brother Darius or the commander? Nothing. It is left to us to share the glory now, Telstros.
Hold on, brothers.
I got you. I'm coming. Uh-oh. Proceed to parry.
Spores.
Yeah. Anybody else want to die? Anybody else ready to die?
Now they send.
Come on, I got you. I got you. Come on, I got you. I got you. Come over here. Oh. Not today. Oh shit, I forgot. There we go. Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! I killed you good.
I will, even if I have to chew my way through.
I love how, even though, like, this armor is so ridiculously, like, crazy beefy, like, it still looks, like, plausible that they can move around and walk like this in these crazy power suits. Yeah, there's a little bit of game lag, but I think it's doable for now. I'm just gonna have to remember that C button for parry.
Darius. Brother. I will repay them tenfold.
That's right.
This bolter will
I'm gonna do so by shooting them in the head.
I swear on it. Come, vermin.
You gotta go to hill.
I shall be picking these rotten seals out of my fangs for weeks. Situation here at the Locha is becoming severe. Have you secured the virus bomb? No. For every gaunt I smash, 10 more come raining down. If we fail to launch that bomb, there will be nothing to stop the Tyranids. I am almost at the crest.
That's okay, I'm coming.
Just make
I will help
the
you.
launcher is still standing when I get there. I will hold the line for as long as I can.
I'm coming. And not in a good way, but I'm still coming. We're to bed, guys. Yeah, I can keep hearing the music cutting in and out, so I think the game is still having problems. Look, that guy. You go explodey. Oh, that's rude, buddy. I parried that time. To perform a gun strike. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. I don't remember that from the first time I played. Uh-oh. Any more one? Oh! Stop too soon. Do once more. Oh, it's supposed to be getting the kills, and I'm like, I'm just too good. I'm not even following not even following the guide. Will I get another chance, or? Hey, ammo! Always need ammo. Yeah, you still hear the audio cutting in and out, or is that just me? I could be just being paranoid. Well, here we go. I'll let him come closer so I can get gun strikes. Hi, guys! There we go. That was a gun strike. Oh, who are you? Ooh, I done blew you up. I shot you in the face. It is cutting in and out? Okay, yeah. I might give up soon if it keeps doing that, just because I don't want to corrupt my computer as it crashes. During this first part, it was so hard to tell if it was like the audio or if it was... Because, I mean, part of this first mission, the Vox is supposed to be cutting in and out because it's a bad connection. But now it's like, yeah, well, the Vox doesn't include the music. The music is a part of the game.
Kill team, I am at the crash site.
Hello. Did I kill them all? I think I did. Ammo! I need ammo. I'm afraid to jump down there just yet. But I guess there's nothing I can do up here. Might as well jump down. Ugh. I've been sitting too long. My butt hurts.
Oathbound! Baron! Baron, my brother, you have honored the Imperium with your devotion.
Where's he at? I don't see him. Oh, he's right there. That's the virus bomb. I shall murder them all for you. In thy name I shall commit genocide.
Hellstrus, if you can hear me, I have the virus bomb. Headed to the orbital launcher.
Is that as hard as you bite?
What's your... Have you played this, PG? Do you have a favorite weapon? I forgot. What am I supposed to do? Oh, it's over here.
Your death will not go unpunished.
You killed my friend. I kill you. Uh-oh. Come on, buddy. Hey, I parried that. Yeah! That was great. That was great looking. Well, covered in blood. I'm always on the lookout for ammo. There's ammo packs hidden everywhere. Alright, who wants to die next?
Hang on, Hellstrus.
I hate that those things are armored. Damn! Ow! Away from me! Who's shooting at me? You are! Not anymore. Oof. They attacked me good. Is there any health or armor over here? Oh. Got some ammo. I forget what the health packs are in this game. Yeah. Audio seems good now. No, I haven't changed the category. I should do that though. Let's do that. Let's do that. And stream info. And we are gonna do some Space Marine 2. Space Marshal? Space Marine. There we go. There we go. Now let's get back to some murder. I feel the need for bleed. Oof, my life is down halfway. That last attack almost did me in. Alright, into the belly of the beast I go.
I have the bomb.
Find the orbital launcher. I can do that. Ammo boxes usually means there's a fight. Uh-oh. What is that?
You have served your emperor well, brother.
Oh no!
Recall
Bolt rifle, hell yeah.
To any Imperial unit that recovers this log, my kill team crash landed off course. My brothers are all dead, slain by Tyranids. I have the virus bomb, moving to the orbital launcher. We'll fire into stratosphere where it will disperse over Tyranid positions.
Hell! You die and you go to hell. Stop spitting at me! Spitting hurts! Don't you know that? I am a sniper. Haha! I blew you up. Any more of you? Any more want to die? Oop, door shut behind me. Augmented vision. Oh, shit. Oh, they're coming for me, are they? Haha. Saw that. I got them all. I'm glad I saw that tank out of the corner of my eyes. I took out a lot of them. What's in here? Ooh, ammo cache. Nice. I keep feeling like something's gonna drop on my head any minute now. Oh.
Continue long.
Oh,
the
that was
virus
easy.
is our one chance to delay the Tyranid invasion.
Oh.
The virus will spread through their forces. They will adapt, but it will slow them down. The virus must be launched into the stratosphere. Nothing else matters.
Is there anything in these rooms? Just dead people? Man, this looks like I missed one hell of a battle. Oh. I am full on ammo. I don't need ammo. More ammo that I don't need. Alright. Who here wants to die? I'm here to kill you. I don't see anybody yet. This is a big arena. This always makes me think that there's gonna be a boss here somewhere. Oh, you're here, so. Oh! Back. Oh shit, there's a lot of them. Oh damn, what was that? Oh yeah! Oh yeah, buddy! Oh! Catch you that time! All of them? Reload. Ooh. I think there's ammo right around the corner here. Yep. There we go. Nice. Ooh, a lot of them popped out that time. I don't think I was expecting that. Like over here? I don't think so.
Your tardiness has been flagged for invigilation.
Open the gates.
Shift chronometer reset. You're registered as on duty. Carry out the on-science work according to the divine synchronicity.
Oh, I'm such a good shot. Look at that. I wonder why. Is there stuff around here I can steal? I want a different gun. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Aha, I got you that time. Alright. Can I steal stuff? Is there anything around here worth taking? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's see what's in here. Ooh, what's this thing?
Inserting payload.
I'm glad they make the buttons big for these big honking hands.
Payload chamber. Hazardous material detected. Further benedictions required.
Transmitting override authorization. Set course for stratospheric detonation.
The rite of safeguard must be performed. Seek an authorized Magos at the command console.
I can do that, whatever you said. Oh, stuff, yay! Ammo! And what is this? Frag grenades! Hell yeah! G is grenade, okay. Good to know.
Machine Spirit, where is the command console?
On the observation platform above. The Magos on duty does not respond.
Okie dokie. That was interesting. Ammo. Ammo. Can't pull in ammo. I didn't get to use my grenade. I wanted to use a grenade. That's okay. Is there any hidden items back here? No items, no items.
Summon the lift.
Oh, grenade! Nice. I should get more grenades. There were some more back here, I believe. Yes. Here we go. You know, I think I'm going to remap my grenade button, because that feels awkward to reach over for the grenade button. Where is grenade, grenade, grenade? Grenade, there we go, use equipment. I shall make that button. Mouse button 4. I can do that.
Machine Spirit, what is the status of the orbital launcher?
Hibernation. Console inactive for 22 hours. This impiety to the Omnisire has been locked.
Activate launch systems.
The rite of initialization must be performed. Seek an authorized Magos at the command console. The command console is posted at the edge of the observation platform. A Magos will attend to you shortly.
Doubtful.
Yeah, this place looks like a wreck. I'm about to get swarmed, aren't I? More frag grenades, good to know. Where am I supposed to be? Oh, there it is. Let's go. Where's the bad guys? I'm so afraid they're gonna show up. Here we go.
Communications complete. Awakening systems from hibernation. The rite of capacitors initialized. Personnel may begin prayers of charging.
Throne.
Uh-oh.
Can you not hasten the damn process?
Seismic disruptions have occurred. Launch trajectory may have been altered.
There's no way I'm shooting all them guys. Oh yeah, that's bad news. That's very bad news. Very, very, very bad news. Oh, I need to reload. Yeah, buddy, here we go! Let's go!
It is done.
Oh. That was cool looking. Damn! Oh no, get up! You can do it! Ooh, what's going on now?
I will take you all with me. I will not rest until you lie dead at my feet.
I love that.
Even if I am slain, I will leave you with wounds by which you will remember me.
That's right, you'll remember me. Where are you going? Ew! Damn. Yeah! Yeah, fuck you, buddy.
May that virus strip your
Hey,
flesh
more?
from your bones.
Ooh. Why would you die? You die! Die! Hell! Oh no, did I die? He's a big ugly fucker. come on, Calvary! Save my ass! Yay! I got saved! Yay! Oh no! My hard drive is being slow again. This hard drive is gonna be the death of me. It really is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think once I get past this scene, I'm gonna pack it in for the game for the day. This is gonna be a ongoing problem I foresee until I get this hard drive situation solved. It sucks. I was having fun. I've forgotten like everything that happens in this game. It's gonna be fun playing it again. Look how long this is taking to load. This is ridiculous. Well, at least I only have one person to bore. uh, too bad I can't sing or do anything creative like that. Aw, thank you, PT. It's okay, I can bore you. It's allowed. Oh, that's good. I'm sorry you couldn't get connected again. Almost 20. Woohoo! Oh, I need to go back. Speaking of that, I do need to, what was my... No, not this, not this. What was... oh, the game's back. Wait, I had... Oh, that's right, it wasn't docs, it was sheets. Okay, but the game is loading, so let's go back to the game. Hi, buddy. Oh, look at the scar around his neck, I forgot about that. Was he decapitated at some point?
Praise the Emperor. The wound was fatal. You survived only through the Rubicon surgery. We remade you. You are a Primaris now.
Why?
Lord Calgar issued the command himself.
Is he here?
Gone. Summoned by the Primarch.
Now the audio is not
I must
synced up
get
right.
back to the Watch Fortress.
You have been reassigned.
My place is with the Death Watch.
The Inquisition can find no stain on you, Titus. Accused of heresy. You have served penance in the Death Watch for almost a century. And not once have you faltered. But you will never know redemption until you have faced the judgment of your brothers. Prove yourself to us and know true absolution. What is your life? My honor is my life. What is your fate? My duty is my fate. What is your fear? My fear is to fail. What is your reward? My salvation is my reward. What is your craft? My craft is death. What is your pledge? My pledge is eternal service.
See, that's how to do a game intro. I played Kingdom Come last night for 3 hours.
Surgery has remade you as a Primaris Marine. You are now stronger, faster, and more resilient. You will take your place as an Ultramarine once more. Your brothers will know that you served in the Death Watch, but your dishonorable status as a Black Shield has been redacted from the archives. Should it be discovered, there would be questions. Lord Calgar has offered you a second chance. Do not taint it.
Did I ever say why he's in Blackwatch? Was that a part of the first game?
Sergeant Ventier had secured the
I've never played the first one.
over its defense to the Cadians. Ventier,
Oh yeah, the little babies. The babies are creepy as fuck. Like, what the fuck? Oh, hello. How are you?
brother. Lieutenant. Regardless, we have work to do. Gather the rest of the squadron and flight the kick. Yes, brother.
Man. It would really suck to live on a ship like this. Oh, I can't go that way, huh? Fine then, be that way. Oh, interesting. He did something heretical. Yeah, I should probably go on Google sometime and watch like a recap of the first game. Instead of having to go back and play through it all. That way I can at least understand the story and everything. There's no women like Space Marines, are there?
Stand by, Major. Sending Astarte support. The effects of the virus bomb.
Okay, I'm not sure what that was for.
Get me scout reports on enemy strength at the orbital.
And actually, you know what? Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Lieutenant Titus reporting for duty.
Oh, this is really lagging bad.
Report to the bridge. How are your wounds?
Good enough.
I'll be straight with you, Titus. I have my reservations about your reinstatement.
Why is it doing
Questions,
this?
Suspicions. I cannot afford discord among the men. Not now. You're a lieutenant now. Will that be a problem?
No, Captain.
Very well. We're facing a Tyranid splinter fleet. They engaged us on 2 planets. Avarax, a hive world, and Kadaku, which you already know. We're abandoning the latter. It's mostly Adeptus Mechanicus research facilities. We're evacuating critical assets and personnel. These defense guns are keeping the skies clear for our ships. The Tyranids have taken note. Get down there and protect those guns.
Captain, you wish to see me?
Sergeant, this is Lieutenant Titus. He'll be taking over command of your squad.
Sir,
I expect you on the ground within 30 minutes. Dismissed.
Ooh, he didn't look too happy.
Lieutenant, forgive
Yeah,
my
I think-
hesitation. I am merely surprised by this development.
As am I.
Sergeant Gadriel, the Absolver is ready to depart.
Brother Chiron, this is Lieutenant Titus. He will be leading our squad.
Is that so? Well, I shall be glad to have a commander of such experience.
Is the rest of the squad ready?
Already assembled on the flight deck.
Good. We leave immediately.
Yeah, I think I'm going to call it quits here. Because if I remember, there's plenty of cutscenes like that, and that's going to make it really frustrating. If I miss so much of the story because of the lag. So I'm going to go ahead and quit out. And I'll just have to revisit it when I get my drive fixed. Or figure out why it's being so ridiculously slow. I'm like super paranoid it's gonna crash and take the rest of the computer with it. But that's okay. That's okay. But what I was talking about was, okay, I don't have a 20 subscriber goal, but I do have 50 subscriber goal. I need to figure out what my rewards are gonna be for, or what my party will be, or my celebration will be for 50 subscribers. And of course I'm gonna have a 30-day, 60-day, and 120-day. So yep, I need to figure out what I'm gonna do when I hit 50 subscribers. That will be fun. I hope it will be fun anyway. We will see. We will see. You know, I could go back and play some more, Have a Nice Death. That runs just fine. But I played that the last couple nights. I think I'll be fine not doing that. Oh, we just crossed the 6-hour stream mark. So, I think that's a good stream for tonight. I probably should get to bed. Get to bed. All by my lonesome. As per usual. That my kitty snuggle up with me. My kitties love me. What is, my last stream hit a record 11 unique viewers. Yay! Oh, Pathophilia. This is what I was talking about earlier. Average 3 concurrent viewers per stream. I'm at 1.7 now. Stream 8 hours a month. I'm at 65. I think I've got that covered. So I need 50 followers and 3 concurrent viewers per stream. So hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there. It'd be nice if I got that within the first 30 days. I think I'd be pretty pleased with that. I don't know if I'll get there though, but that'll be nice. That will be nice. Oh. What does affiliate mean exactly? Let's see. Oh, cheering with bits. That's what I need to figure out. Subscriptions, ad revenue, hype chat. Transcoding options available. Subscriber streams. Oh, is that like streams just for like subscribers? Like if I want to do rewards just for subscribers? I think that's what that means. Yeah. Subscriber only VODs and archives. I get that. Increased VOD storage from 7 days to 14 days. Eligible to create stories on Twitch. Customizable channel point. Polls! That'll be fun to do. Access to instant emote uploads. Okay. Oh, that's my goal. To become affiliate. What does it take to become a partner? Where would that be? How do I become a Twitch partner? Oh, here he goes. To become a Twitch partner, you need to consistently stream for a significant amount of time, maintain a substantial average viewership, typically around 75 concurrent viewers. Ooh, that'll be tough. Build a dedicated community, we'll already have that. And apply for partnership once you meet the required metrics, which usually involves streaming for a set number of hours, across multiple days in a 30-day period. Actively engage with your audience, respond to comments, and create a welcoming environment to foster loyal following. I think I do that. I think I do that pretty well. Reach affiliate status. I think that's pretty self-evident. Need to do that. Stream regularly on a set schedule. I'm getting there. I'm working on it. High-end viewerships. That's that. I'll have to work on that. Hopefully I'll get there. Ensure good audio and video quality, and consider using overlays and graphics to enhance your stream. I think I've done that pretty well, haven't I? So far, a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be a fun journey no matter what. And as long as I make friends at the end of the day, I think I'll be alright. I think I will do just fine. And better. Okay. Alright. Bedtime for me. I'm getting sleepy. It's starting to hit me faster, too. I've noticed, like, as I get towards the end of the streams, I'll be, like, super energetic. And then the moment I start getting ready to end a stream, it hits me like a truck. Where I'm like, oh my gosh, I am super tired all of a sudden. You can probably even hear it in my voice. My voice gets a little bit raspier. Which I'm told sounds really sexy. So, maybe it is. We'll see. I'll have to come up with some other looks as well. Some other looks. Okay, alright. Good night, PG. I will see you tomorrow, maybe, if you're online. I'll definitely try to stream some tomorrow. And then, I will try to take Sunday off again. But that didn't really work out last time, so... we'll see how it goes. I'll probably end up streaming anyway, because I think I'm addicted now, so... But, yep, good night, sweet dreams, and I'll see you soon.